you, guest speaker, Sir Vice Chancellor, sir, distinguished participants. It's now my pleasure to invite the Director of Research and Graduate Training to address the 16th Annual Research Dissemination Conference. Professor Vincent Batman.
Thank you, the MC. Has allowed me to pull down my mask, but my voice can come out clear. Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, the keynote speaker, council members here present, Deputy Vice Chancellors, our partners here present and those online, members of Senate, members of top management, members of the Board of Research and Graduate Training, academicians and all masked staff, researchers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this 16th Masked Annual Research Dissemination Conference with the theme Transformative Research for Development in a Changing World. Indeed, we are living in a changing world. The emergence of the coronavirus that causes COVID-19 in Uganda in March 2020 was the turning point as far as research is concerned. At MAST, the ongoing research was paralyzed. Most clinical trials, except those life-saving medicines, were paused. Patients in hospitals were either discharged or they discharged themselves as they felt psychological improvement, and it is normally our research participants, active or passive follow-up of patients and study participants was difficult. Laboratory animals either overgrew or died. The university was closed, and the faculty research committees that review student proposals suspended their activities. The University Research Committee for Ethics, Masterate, and the National Council for Science and Technology changed from hard copy to online submission and review of proposals. The university academic calendar was also paralyzed, missing this important annual event last November. At this point, allow me to thank top management for resourcing this conference that we are holding here today. Also, I want to commend the Board of Research and Graduate Training, which is also the organizing committee for its dedication to making this event a reality. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all odds the academic staff have continued to supervise the research of students, especially at the graduate level. Just last month, on 24th of April 2021, we witnessed a total of 177 graduates walking away with their new qualifications. 2 out of the 24 PhDs were funded by Farm Biotech. And then a number of the masters who graduated were funded by Global Health Collaborative and other funders present here, Mr. Vice Chancellor. We need to applaud these funders. Thank you very much. We funders, we are proud to be associated with you. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, allow me to thank the researchers for the trust they have in the Master Grants Office for managing their projects. As I promised in 2019, we clean the MPO environment and continuous improvement is our priority. We now have unqualified auditor reports and they are available for the current funders and those new funders who may want to do due diligence. They are available, you can share with them. I now appeal to you to engage MDO as soon as you start writing your proposals so that you can get supported in budgeting and sourcing support documents, because that is their responsibility. On this note, I want to inform you that the number of grants associated with the traditional conditions, HIV, malaria, have reduced. And on the other hand, we have seen an increasing calls related to COVID-19. This implies that some funders have changed their priorities. Therefore, I urge you to shift with the funders and also go into that line as we finalize the institutional research agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it is through the efforts of the researchers here present that we are going to acquire the software called Eternity Plagiarism Detector from RENU. The license we are going to get shall provide us with one administrative account, unlimited researchers and lecturers accounts, 1,000 student accounts, unlimited number of submissions per student. I want to thank you researchers for the work you are doing with us, the MAST and the MGO in particular, and then the Vice Chancellor for allowing us to ensure the software using these funds. We shall announce when the candidate training starts so that we engage all of you so that you can benefit better. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, regarding publications, I'm delighted to announce that we have observed an increase in the number of publications associated with the MAST from 827 in 2019 to 993 during the year 2020. This is an increase of 166 publications compared to 2019. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm hopeful that at the end of this conference, you will have captured our current issues and suggested or observed gaps where further research is required. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you and each one of you who have participated in preparing this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dissemination, for your professional and visionary leadership. Then I will invite Ms. Anki to speak on behalf of Farm Director, one of our key partners. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Good morning, all people who are online with us, wherever you are in your respective place. I'm quickly giving you an overview of Farm Biotrack and what we do. That's the summary of the presentation. Our background, Farm Biotrack is one of the Center of Excellence financed by the World Bank through a loan to the government. So this is Ugandan money which is spent to build capacity in traditional medicine and pharmaceutical biotechnology. The center was established in 2017 at the Bahrain University of Science and Technology. We are one of 24 centers who were funded in the ACE2 cohort. Currently, we have 31 PhD, 2 have graduated, and 70 master students in the training and research program. Our goal is to build a critical mass of specialized and skilled human resource that can advance traditional medicine and farm biotechnology for social economic development of Africa. Vision is to be a leading African center of excellence for training and research in traditional medicine and pharmaceutical biotechnology. Mission to contribute to documentation, validation, and value chain development of traditional medicine and pharma biotechnology products for the use of pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical, and nutraceutical industry in research to training and community service for sustainable development. Our key academic programs are following: a PhD by research, thematic area, above, Master's program by coursework and research, they're 2 years. Masters of Science in Pharmacology, MSc Pharmacol, Master of Pharmacy, Clinical Pharmacy, Clinicam, and Master of Science in Pharmacology, Natural Medicine. All the 3 programs are nationally accredited, and we are in the process of international accreditation. So next year at this time, we hopefully be accredited internationally. Farm Biotrack Philosophy. Farm Biotrack is a center working multidisciplinary with many different stakeholders coming together for the good of science. Social scientists and botanists, chemists, biochemists, pharmacologists, microbiologists, pharmaceutical scientists, clinicians, entrepreneur marketers. We all come together to make the world a better one to live in. Research agenda. What we are doing in our research agenda, these are brief, it's not the whole comprehensive. Documentation, validation of value chain development of traditional medicine and farm biotechnological products for the use in phytopharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical and nutraceutical industry. Generate evidence for advancement of practice of traditional medicine knowledge and practitioner medicine holder in the region to promote domestication and sustainable utilization of medicinal species. There's a lot of wealth of knowledge among the indigenous knowledge holders, the traditional medical practitioner, the traditional midwives. But unfortunately, some of the contemporary knowledge systems and institutions may not have great understanding on the traditional medicine system. So bringing them together to understand each other helps to provide patients and communities health solutions which have a combination of traditional and Western, and patients have a choice, an informed choice, either going allopathic or going traditional. We also serve as a center of excellence, for example, policy development. MOSTI, Ministry of Science and Technology, has invited Farm Biotrack to help them with the traditional knowledge policy development. So that's one sample. Research output. We have over 65 publications in peer-reviewed journals. We have 2 PhD graduated and 1 master graduated. More are coming soon. We have 2 products certified by UNBS, Uganda Bureau of Standards. Must staff capacity building. We have master's, PhD, and we also provide support for technical staff to get technical training. And they are employed by us and they are getting support from us. Phytopharmaceutical and herbal products for diabetics and COVID-19 under development. There are 2 projects where these products will be physically outputs. We also have piloted and completed a clinical trial of 2 plant combinations for HIV management to make it easier and more successful than ARV alone. Contribution to research capacity as master. Purchase and install high-tech analytic equipment for research and drug development. provided training of staff, as already mentioned. We're also providing community outreach experience through our trainings. The first photo up in the corner, you can see there is a gentleman called Jimmy Ampala, who's training community members, and also some other staff must part of the training and community experience. Placement of staff in national and regional nursing laboratory. We have exchange programs and set up a high modern video conference facility. I don't need to show you a picture. I have it here for the online people. This is the facility conceptualized together with the mass ICT specialists and ourselves, and then implemented and financed by Farm Biotech and hosted by the faculty of FIST. This is where we are. The landlord, yeah? There's a combination of three things. There is the concept. Think about how the audio, how everything is done. 2, the money. And 3, the host. If one is missing, it will be not done. Opportunity. We have funding for placement in external laboratories. Not only funding, also sometimes there is exchange. We have partners who want to host and the sponsor, the exchange persons. Funding placement in medicine, pharmaceutical medicine, and herbal medicine industry. It's not only funding, it's also to link. Link and connection is power. You can have the cash, but not the wires, and you still get nothing. So it's a combination of money and networks that you can have an exchange happen. And we have also graduate programs by master staff and visiting academicians and industry experts. So here is a quick selection of some of the products so far developed by our staff or students. And next, our bigger dream. This Farm Biotech is not what we actually want. It's too small. It's not big enough. So we have a bigger dream. Capacity development, accelerating prototype, contract manufacturing, and conservation operation botanical facility. Some of you may have seen the fenced place behind the hill. That it's in the master plan of Chumoro. There was a piece of land allocated in the 2013 onward in the planning process, and we are now demarcating it. The green zone is where the plants are. The yellow line is the border, and the nature zone is the untouched forest, which is not touched. Nature should show how it is without disturbance. And the green zone is for functions, and then the building zone is for the buildings. A botanical garden is a herbarium, an office, training center, the things around it. So that plan is there. That's the short-term plan, short-term in the next 2 or 3 years, hopefully. And then the mid and long-term plan is to have a farm CITT campus. So this is a collaboration between CITT, and you see the different elements. The functional elements are administration, visitor center, labs, high-tech labs. These are 4th floor building, 4 floors. No? Then factory complex on the right side, place for electronic engineering and material production, medicine and cosmetic production, and food and beverage production. On your left upper corner is the Farm Biotech International Center. So it's a conference and residence facility which helps the international link of facilitate people from international other regions to come. So this is the long-term plan. It will cost roughly $40 to $100 million, this one. And this one is around $2 to $6 million, depending on the fanciness and the complexity of the project. So thank you very much, and you're welcome into our video conference facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anki, for that wonderful the program director, must MGH, Web of Health Collaborative, to address the conference.
Professor Celestino Kumbo, Professor Sengora, my alma mater, President Bosco, distinguished scholars, academics, and our participants online, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Stephen Asimi. I represent a collaboration between corporate institutions, two in the United States, Mass General Hospital, Harvard University, and two here, Bara University of Science and Technology and Bara General Hospital. I'll just give a few highlights of what research has done in transformation, that people, no matter where institutional capacity, and I highlighted the work I love because it's not benefit only one side, one entity, but everyone must benefit. And we do this not only focusing on clinical care, but you're learning from it. You're publishing, you're researching, you're developing new things. And this comes out for our strategic objectives. The first and foremost, and all this research and infrastructure support. And I'll be going through a few outputs, just highlighting what we've been able to achieve in the just last 1 year. I'll not go through the many outputs that have been achieved through the innovations, our work with CAMTech that resulted in the formation of CITT, education support through the Kayanja and other scholarships, our many clinical partnerships and community health support. So just looking at research infrastructure, we provided research space, the upper office above the lecture halls across the road, the lower and now the tassel space, hosts many project coordinators, research assistants, research teams, and even within the hospital, we have some office space that we use to conduct trials. We provided several logistics for lab equipment, like freezers. We've actually had one big one and one on the way, and several other lab equipment, modern equipment, genotype technology, IT hardware, several laptops, tablets, phones, PDS. We've held several trainings, GHC scholar seminars. We provided a lot of regulatory support, both the local area and National Council of Science and Technology, training for GCP, GCLP, document storage, etc. Working with MGO and the director attest to it, we've supported several grants, research grants, and more recently programmatic grants. We also support dissemination of findings. This is something new. Traditional researchers like publishing high-profile journals that many times the participants don't even know what happened. So we are increasingly supporting dissemination to the actual participants that partook in the study, and we learned a lot from it. We support several seminars and conferences. And the last point, COVID changed the landscape, and we have to change with it. So we increasingly now started focusing on COVID-19. Our initial support to customers for training of staff, provision of PPE, procurement of tests, and construction of the COVID treatment center. So this just highlights highlights of some of the logistics that we supported must. The picture I think we are providing the freezer, the medical lab science department, and another such freezer is on its way. The Department of Pathology got a scanner to boost the histopathology and other digital technologies in that field. Annually, we have more than 60 scholars. These are people who we support for masters and many other programs within the Faculty of Medicine. So we hold monthly seminars for them to improve their research skills. And no wonder we are seeing results through the different publications that they hold. So in this picture, one of the trainee doctors, fellows from MGH and Harvard, is having a seminar, and simple topics like how to search for research literature, how to use citation management. All these are critical in building research capacity and output for the university. So many trainings. I didn't want to go into them. Health workers, medical students, postgrad, PhDs, on different areas, research methods, handling of COVID-19 suspects, and various specialized courses have been undertaken. And we value this partnership with our faculty of medicine. I already mentioned about the provision of actual supplies, who are the first actually to provide PPE before the first COVID patient hit Barar, gloves, drapes, and so on. And we're still working in this area, as I explained. I talked about disseminating findings. Just yesterday, we disseminated to over 150 people. They added more in one of the studies called River, and we had good participation from both the local IRB and the National Council of Science, and they were praising MUST because this they've not seen in the market, although it's increasingly encouraged. Research output these are just studies that are active, and in the last 5 years, we have more than 35 active protocols, 10 to 12 on average a year, and more than 700 peer-reviewed publications. And these are publications which are indexed. You are excluding newspaper articles, opinion pieces, and so on. And the research is high impact based on the number of citations, as we have seen. Finally, I talked about the COVID treatment center, which I'm glad Vice Chancellor and other senior colleagues supported us to expand and provide infrastructure where people can do research training. So where are the opportunities? They continue to lie in the areas that we support. We have a strong clinical partnerships in adult and pediatric oncology, this is cancer, Actually, next week I'll be engaging people who are very interested in palliative care, curative care, and histopathology. Medical lab science, obviously, we have lots of samples for people who are doing PhD if they have interest. Pathology, emergency medicine, obs-gyn traditionally, Professor Dr. Ngonzi, as you know, nursing, radiology, community health, and more recently, COVID-19. I want to thank you for inviting us to this meeting. This is my team, and I can see Alex as training here, so thank you so much. Wish you a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Simwe. Thank you, the center. Thank you, our funders. I'd like to invite Dr. Dana Fine to speak on behalf of the center. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Mbara University of Science and Technology, and keynote speakers, the Chair Organizing Committee, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by names of Dr. Daniel, and I'm representing the Director of Epicenter, Professor Juliet Manga, who has not been able to be here today. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the organizing committee for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. So in the next few minutes, I'll be giving a bit of overview of what Epicenter does, and again, appreciating the collaboration we have with the Mbara University of Science and Technology and the hospital. Epicenter, in brief, I'm talking about the global organization. It was created in 1986, but by Doctors Without Boundaries. That's Médecins Sans Frontières, and that's about 35 years ago. And the purpose was to provide epidemiological expertise to support MSF operations as they work in different fields. And what the center was to do, what it does, is to evaluate the health of the populations and contribute in defining the priorities for action for MSF. And also we conduct population surveys, surveillance and investigations of epidemics. We also support innovation related to prevention, medical care, strategies, and medical policy through research projects and clinical trials. We do research to provide field-based evidence to strengthen MSF's advocacy position towards promoting access to effective and quality care, especially for the vulnerable population, something that MSF really does as part of its mandate. And we also carry out training of MSF staff, other professionals, partners, and decision makers for decision making in crisis. The main office of Epicenter, what I could say, the headquarters are in Paris, in France, with satellites in Europe, Africa, Middle East, and the United States of America. And we have 2 permanent research centers, which serve as platforms for more complex studies. Some studies that Epicenter does are in the field setting, the crisis areas. But we have 2 permanent places where we do a bit of complex studies. That's a center in Niger and a center in Uganda, which is the epicenter in Uganda, here in the university. And globally, we run an annual budget of 17 million euro per year. And Epicenter overall is headed by the executive director and the directors of 3 main departments. And that's the intervention epidemiology and training, the Department of Research, and the Department of Administration and Operational Support. We employ experienced staff with a great range of expertise, and some work as investigators, some in statistics, modeling, and all kinds of skills that are required for the running of research and the programs of the organization. Epicenter in Niger, it was founded quite recent in 2009, and the purpose was to respond to outbreaks and especially malnutrition crisis that was in that area. And much of the research done in the Niger center is really operational research and clinical research plus surveillance. It is a fairly rural setting and quite insecure compared to Mbarara. And all projects are really supported by the Ministry of Health in that place. Now, back home here is the second center, which is Epicenter in Uganda. And we are a research platform in Mbarara, and especially southwestern Uganda. And it was founded in 2001. We just made 20 years, precisely. And the site is for high-profile mark-centric trials. It hires about 130 staff members on average, and these really members, most of these people are graduates of Mbarara University, including myself. And we have a safety level 3 laboratory, which allows us to really do quite a lot of lab work and to support different levels of research and clinical trials. And we really rejoice and we appreciate the strategic partnership we have with Mbarara University, Science and Technology, and the hospital, Mbarara General Fire Hospital. We generally collaborate, we have micro partners, so it's spread all over the world, and those are some of the few we can mention. The key principles of our work really are based on the MSF charter and the value. And one of them is independence. Our research is not driven by the grants by the funders, but we exercise independence in choice of what we do, and impartiality and neutrality, which is a very important value that allows us to reach even the vulnerable, and neutrality, so we don't have we don't have religious affiliation or political affiliation, and bearing witness is one key value that we share, which MSF does to screen difficult situations, and medical ethics and accountability. So our work stems from MSF priorities in the field. We learn a lot and we pick questions from the doctors who work on administrations, and we also focus on solutions to vulnerable populations, issues of access to good care, diagnostics, and treatment, and also we have no a priori restrictions to topics we pursue in methods and countries we work in. And we do not depend on the main funding bodies. That's another bit of strength we have. And also, we include professional development within our work and transmission of experiences to and from the places where Epicenter works. Overall, by 2019, 217 projects were being done in 46 countries. And Africa takes the biggest the biggest focus of Epicenter activity is research, and followed by field epidemiology, plus other program support and trainings. In terms of field epidemiology and research activities, in 2019, much of our projects are in the line of infectious diseases. That's about 70%. And although we have some projects also in non-communicable diseases at the global level. In terms of infectious diseases, we have a big tuberculosis research portfolio. And we do quite a lot of research in tuberculosis and HIV, but also of recent vaccine preventable diseases, like vaccines and yellow fever, Ebola, and now COVID, but also quite some work on hemorrhagic fevers and the area diseases, plus many others. So some of the examples, just in brief, of some projects we've done right here. Some are focused on tuberculosis diagnosis, like the use of the intragastric string test, and a number of other projects that fall in that bucket of diagnosis of TB. Some projects are on tuberculosis therapy, looking for shorter regimens that can be used to treat TB, and been working on a big profile of studies to shorten TB treatment from 6 to 4 to 3 months. And we do quite also some line of research and systematic review and meta-analysis. And those are a bit of the things that we do. And previously, we were doing much more of malaria studies. This is something that we've not been doing so much of late, but we are seeing that the prevalence is going up again. And definitely, these are some of the areas we want to leverage and do much more work in this area. We do clinical studies in children. We've done quite a number of studies, one for improving outcomes of children who have cerebral malaria by using inhaled nitric oxide, and also looking for the etiologies of CNS infections in children. And currently, we are running a number of studies, and just without taking more time, but we have some trials going on vaccines, the Ebola vaccine, yellow fever. These are almost done. And we have a number of studies on tuberculosis in children, trying to improve management. And we have cluster randomized trials in TB contacts, and also a number of research trials, the phase 3 trial shortened TB treatment to 4 months, and a number of HIV-related and diagnostic studies. I won't go into detail. Other activities we do really with regard to Mbale University is capacity building. We, together with the Department of Community Health, we offer a clinical trial module for the last 4 years. And it's a partnership we have between Epicenter, Mbale University, and also the University of Montpellier. And it is now an international big program already, and the University of Montpellier gives these certificates, diplomas for people who attend this course in the university. And we also, through our opportunity for the lab science students to give, and 19 which service we're really happy to give. And we are also part of the mass marriage COVID-19 task force. So as we come to the end, what we think is important is really to provide high quality healthcare to study participants, and we take that one very seriously. And also research should actually try to make a difference. That's a difference we're always looking for. And publications, but we want to make the change in the people's lives. And that's what drives us. And we want to learn also from others and contribute to national and international. To collaborate with us, we have to share what we have. And we want to reinforce our research centers in Nigeria and Uganda to do much more, And we want to maximize our laboratory capacities by partnering with institutions so we can create sustainable networks. And we want to advocate also for more African public investment and civil society investment in medical research. And we believe that's something that should happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Dr. Twin and the entire Epicenter team.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, all these success academic stories have been possible thanks to your visionary leadership, mentorship, and excellent global knowledge skills. On this auspicious occasion, we would like to salute you and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Vice Chancellor, it's now my singular honor and privilege to invite and request you to do the following. 1, address the 16th Mass Annual Research Dissemination Conference. 2, officially declare it open. And 3, invite the key guest speaker to address us. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Yes.
Thank you. Please keep on us because I'm going to move my presume to vaccinated be infectious now. Keynote speaker, my colleague, all you eminent scientists who are today present in this 16th Dissemination Conference of Bali University of Science and Technology, the eminent researchers who are going to be presenting and sharing their work, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also thank my colleague, Dr. Freddy Sengo, for accepting our invitation to come as a keynote speaker. He is probably the most apt person to talk to us today, addressing the theme of this conference, basing on what I know about him and globally what everybody else knows about him. And so I feel torn between running away and staying and listening to you, because I also have an appointments board meeting taking place just a few meters away from here. But then that's the challenge with human beings, that we have not succeeded to clone ourselves. to be in two places at the same time. I want to thank the organizing committee, led by the director of research and development, and the chair of the director board, for this successful organization, and of course for having now for 3 years consecutively organized a wonderful dissemination conference like this one. This is unique. That we are going to have a lot more participants virtually, but a few of us who are here will also be able to see each other. But I hope that the persons, everybody else who is online, is also equally enjoying the proceedings. The first 3 speakers have given a very big and elaborate outline of what is happening around our University of Science and Technology, with all the partners and the collaborations taking place. Made the development that has happened within this university and outside the university, to whom we give credit, and we thank you all for agreeing to partner with Barra University and helping Barra University to grow. In one communication that I had said, I can't remember now when I said it, is that if one person succeeds or grows, this institution also grows with that one person. So the success of an individual in this university is the success of our university. Today we are enjoying this wonderful setup that we are calling the, what did you call this, Hanke? The boardroom. That we are thought about it and came up with this. And with the little funding possible, then we have such a facility. And I'm sure, I have been in Makere for quite some time, but now maybe in the public health, the School of Public Health Makere, maybe they have a similar facility, but I have been there. So I know what takes place in Makere, and gives me pride that in the rural, very, very rural, where somebody said those primary school universities in the rural Uganda, we are slowly shedding off the skin, the old skin of primary school universities, and becoming real universities within Uganda. I thank my management, with whom we have not lacked, we have not reneged on our promise to support research in this university and to support the Dissemination Conference. We have always made sure that we maintain a budget for the Research Dissemination Conference. I was in Makere before. You can never get a central budget for a Research Dissemination Conference. And I organized one sometime where I had to run every door looking for people to contribute money. We do budget for it. It may not be 100%, but we do put aside money to ensure that the works that have been done for the year by researchers can be shared to the Research Dissemination Conference. The theme that has been decided for this conference is, of course, very apt with the environment we find ourselves in, the COVID-19 pandemic environment. And yesterday I gave those who were able to listen, I gave some highlights of what the COVID-19 pandemic is doing to the world, Africa, and probably what it is going to do for us in Uganda. The fact is that the image of the disease is changing every day, and nobody can say this is now what we know about COVID-19. This morning as I woke up, the latest report is that the variants that are coming now are not only highly infectious, but also highly virulent, causing more death, and in young people. And one young man, who's a widow now from India, reported how his wife, who was pregnant, died. The lady was a dental surgeon. So a young woman, dental surgeon, pregnant, dies of COVID-19. The day before, we had a report of a nurse, a nurse in the 19-year-old also got COVID and died from disease. So you can see that the epidemiology is changing, whereas it was said people of my age group are at risk of getting it and dying, which may still be true, but it is now not possible for us to say young people are okay, they are safe. You cannot say that, and therefore we need to refocus what kind of research needs to be done to ensure that we protect the population of people tomorrow. Some of us, the sun is already set, but there are a lot more whose sun is just rising. We need to protect those ones to ensure the continuity of humanity in the world. Africa has all kinds of fragility. We have economics that are very fragile, systems, health systems that are very fragile, politics that are very fragile, and we use all kinds to show some semblance of democracy in the different political arena. The unfortunate thing is that the majority of people who have little to fend for themselves are the ones who are at the receiving end of all these things. The poorer you are, the more you are affected, whether economically, or access to healthcare, or access to education, of this kind of facilities that we are talking about. Yesterday or the day before, I ventured to find out what is happening in the development of warfare in the world. And it will shock you what the big economies are doing in terms of developing more mechanisms of killing us. So now you hardly have to send your forces in the field. You have heard what is happening in Gaza. Yeah, over 200 Palestinians have died and a few deaths of the Because death is still death, whether one or two. But all these deaths are occurring because the others just send missiles and they're bombing the other. There are no soldiers on the ground fighting. Drones. You have equipment now that can target me in this room and just kill me alone and spare you. And that's how the world has developed. But there is no technology which is being developed to address the poorest person in the world. How to take care of that person, how to ensure that person can access health facilities, how to ensure that person can access education. That's not what the rich one is doing. They have ensured that they can do that on their side, but now they're saying, how can we wipe off humanity? Because if you design an equipment that can, that is the quality, bomb or still bomb, whatever you call it. So you kill mass killing, irrespective of who you are killing. And that's where the world. So for us as researchers in Africa, what is going to be our agenda? Are we also going to think of sending a satellite to the moon, as I have heard? Uganda is about to send out a satellite. Or are we going to say, when the graduate is inaccessible because of a bad road, how can we ensure that those people can access services in the nearest facility? That is perhaps what we want to address our energies. Some of these technologies are possible for us to develop without necessarily thinking of. We also want to be ranked as a country that has managed to send a satellite to the moon. It is shocking to find that India or China has landed rockets on the moon, and yet hundreds of them are dying as a result of the wind and rain. The latest hurricane, monsoon, something like that, killing hundreds. But they have enough money to send a satellite to land it on the moon. These are things that we need to think about as researchers. Where do we want to finance? What is going to be our focus? Yes, there is going to be a changing world. What dictates this changing world? Now we address ourselves to this changing world. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is but a few of my thoughts which I would like to share with you. I once again thank our partners and collaborators, the MGH, Epicenter, who are making a difference in our communities, because the research they're doing is community-based research, and indeed it's making a difference in our community. Institutionally, of course, we are grateful for Farm Biotech, but one is not enough. One Farm Biotech is not enough.
Keep writing.
We would want to see maybe 50 Farm Biotechs, not necessarily addressing the same thing, but addressing other spheres of priority areas that are affecting our community. Indeed, the possibilities there. We have the brains. We are developing many more PhD holders in this room. If I ask how many of you have PhDs, I think maybe 3/4 of you, except me and me. But here in this room, how many have PhDs? Just a show of hands. I can count 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Yes, but what is the PhD for? Ask yourself, why did you attend a PhD? If you are not going to share, to contribute to building new knowledge, that is what it should be for. It doesn't have to be a PhD in physics. Even historians have made a change in this world. When we talk of innovation, people think that you must innovate a phone, then people will think of you as an innovator. No, you can innovate new ways of living, new ways of thinking. That is innovation. It doesn't have to be hardcore science for us to think we are innovating. So I would like to encourage everybody in Bara University that innovation should not be left for either medicine or fast or well. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the existence of these faculties if we are not getting innovations from these faculties? We may then want to say, since you are not doing anything to develop community, maybe we should shut you down tomorrow. The cause why we should not shut you down. Give us the cause why we should celebrate our faculties. And I would love to see that Freddie, they are not this. They are going to look at the village woman, make this village woman change her life through advising her on how to handle 1 shilling in Uganda. Many people think you must have a million. I would like to change your life without being called a millionaire or a billionaire. There is this man who was a school dropout in Kenya. I'm not talking about the Ugandan, but he was a Kenyan. And he sat on the roadside and started roasting maize. He was selling maize, roasted maize to bypassers. When he saw that it was very popular, instead of now, he started cutting in half. It was still very popular. He started cutting the maize in quarter. It was still very popular. He started cutting now small fragments of maize, but the price remained the same. And soon, this man became one of the millionaires. And the Kikuyus have once said, they say, in Kikuyu, they say, whatever you do, which adds to bread, is work. If you're a toilet cleaner and you're doing it very well, consistently, and it gives you money, you are going to excel in that. Not all of us have been given the same strength, the same expertise, and so on. We have been given different talents. Those of you who read the Bible, I don't know very well. Some of you understand what the Bible. So each one of us is given a different talent. Use those talents. Let people celebrate that talent in you. You don't look at somebody else and say, I wish I was also a surgeon so that people can celebrate it. You don't have to be. Do well what the gift that you have been given. I would love to see this just and with that, I wish us a successful and entertaining 16th annual Research Dissemination Conference. It now gives me pleasure to declare the 16th Mass Annual Research Dissemination Conference open. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Freddy, has an love in this, but that online is it available online? Yes. Because if it is available online, I would ask you also to review it. To say briefly is that he is not a small person. Dr. Freddy Senghor is not a small person. He is not in terms of stature, but in terms of his achievements in the world, in the field of spreading knowledge, new ideas in health systems and health services. And you can read the details from this brief bios. With that, I welcome you, Dr. Freddy, to give us your keynote. Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor and my teacher, Professor Celestina Boy, the University Administration, the Organizing Committee, and especially the Chair, Professor Agora, who has been in touch with me, partners of the university, and I've learned that a lot of partnerships can actually harvest progress. The researchers that we are here to celebrate, the faculty, the students, partners here and those virtually, but also allow me to appreciate the founders and those who had the vision, past and present, to get this institution started. In that regard, allow me to appreciate His Excellency the President for the life beginnings and sustenance of this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been very humbled to be here today as your keynote speaker. Apparently, I'm not new to Mbarara. In the early years, Professor Jerome here, and I think Dr. David used to call me to come and spend weeks, deliver some courses, as the university was also starting to build some capacity. It was still very young, and we only knew the other side of it. I was impressed yesterday when my colleague took me around and I saw the new landlord for this. I want to thank and congratulate the university for the wonderful growth that we've experienced, not only physically, but also intellectually and out there in terms of human capital. I'm very proud to associate with this university, and I'm very glad to be here today to share with you some highlights about how transformative research can be. I must say that as a researcher, I've continued this journey and I see that the needs are not going forward, but I'm always motivated by one thing. I grew up in very many communities, village, a little bit of town. My parents used to work in the university in Makerere in the guest house. So I schooled in one area for 4 years. When the primary school is just next to the university. I went to Masaka, studied there in the rural village. Then I went to Mukono, studied there in the rural village. Along the way, and all of the things that I do, the anchor for me is those communities and how we live life there. Picking the firewood, going to get water, seeing our sisters and neighbors delivering the plantation just behind there. People go away, you don't have to see what's going on. So along the way, every time I see technology, the first thing I think about is those communities. And out of that, I think God has blessed me in this journey. I must say they allowed me to graduate as a doctor and subsequently serve very vulnerable people. And now I decided to go to policy to realize as a doctor I can do a lot. But there was something that I couldn't do. I started asking, but what does it take to get the theater to have something that lights? Because we're using a torch. He told me economists are the ones who want to allocate money. So when I started some economists, also some economists don't reach everywhere. It's the power somewhere. When I said, oh, police and politicians, so I went and studied. I'm still on that journey. But along the way, I'm happy to share with you some of the insights I've learned. I must say that COVID has also accelerated my thinking, and some of the things I'm going to share with you is partly how research, science, and society responds to emergency, the role of university in that, the role of scientists in that. But at the bottom line, I've realized that in Uganda we are blessed, we have so many brains. But to put different experts in the room to solve a problem, you can get very little distance. People speak over each other, and then we really don't get that mix of how do professionals learn to solve complex problems. And that, I believe, the university, and what I'm going to be saying, university here, but also university everywhere, we need to see how best we inculcate a language shared enough to understand each other, but particularly be able to collaborate to solve society's problems. And I'm glad some of the examples I wanted to share have already been shared with you. So I'll move quickly to this issue. When a problem arises, we can convene, and I think COVID was one of those that have kind of brought this full circle. I've been one of the advisors to the national response at national level, and we've sat in so many meetings, we went to so many sector ministries trying to see how to address the issues there, whether they're getting SOPs and stuff like that. But I realized that even when you have all doctors in the room, they are doctorates in different fields, we fail to understand each other. Communication is almost, you speak English, but definitely a different type of English. And I think we need to think about what do we do, especially in an institution like this that has scientists that are of all shades and expertise. How do we learn to speak the same language? How do we share some mental models? Yes, I may not be a mathematician to know what you're modeling and the assumptions, and whether it's stochastic or deterministic, whatever it is. How do you allow me to understand quickly that the model you are actually doing is going to help me understand whether the epidemic is actually reliably predicted that way or not? Those things may sound many, but they are very important, because they want you to live in the public health perspective. And you don't understand all of the signs and symbols of mathematics. The mathematicians use some symbols to speak. the norms of how to collaborate, the issues of spaces for us to interact. And I'm very glad to hear that here already the culture is already in place, that you meet regularly to disseminate. We also have had programs in their small areas. They also try to meet and share expertise. I think the culture of opening these spaces to share are very, very important. Allow me to digress here for a moment. We grew up in a household that had a lot of historians, politicians, and economists. When I was near who went to medical school first. So at home, the discussion was politics, economics, literature. So when I went to university, every time anatomy and physiology and pharmacy was doing intro, I would stop at Miser and attend the lectures there. At the time we used to have the sugars, even ginger, that they used to give, and actually they used to go there just to listen to some of the talks. So I would catch some lectures there and go and hear some politicians talk about. Remember, that's the time when that was 1987, when there was new thinking, new life. We were all excited, especially at university. But I think that small mistake I did that time has opened me to a lot of other sciences. Now, we need to open ourselves to so many other domains of science, their methods, their ways of doing things, and how they arrive at doctors and communities. And I can't tell you how many social science trampled over. Only later to learn that, oh, I could have done it. We've also now, I think, all appreciate a lot of political scientists in this game. We just watch the politicians all over the world, those who have succeeded and those who have messed up. Those who know that there is also political science we need to embrace. As a doctor, we used to say these people are otherwise they are always what we used to call the politician. We were so many times, but there were really people who are coming to interact what we did. But I think now we understand they have a role, especially in how we exercise and solve problems of society. So I think this is very important, partly to say we really need to figure out as we, this is the key message, as we train, as we finish training, as we practice, how we actually empower this interdisciplinary collaboration in problem solving, and the culture has to start. Not only at university, but those at university should be able to take it further down in the education. We are now, of course, in the era of sustainable development goals. We require us to be working across disciplines to be able to solve bigger challenges of the world and development across the world. And we still have that challenge of sitting or standing in our own silos. When the manager wants to say, can we come and see how to solve this problem? That is not my discipline. That should be the other one. I wish you luck, you go ahead. That is. So somehow we do not have that kind of saying, let me go and see how I can contribute. And I think that, in my view, is the worst opportunity that we need to. At country level, we're now in the third development plan. And I want to invite you to look at it because it has a lot of government aspirations for the country. It has development objectives, it has many reforms. Even if you are a basic researcher in the lab, you need to pay attention to where the government is going. Because these prescriptions, if they work, fine. If they don't work, you and me are all stuck. So we need all to come in and see how to contribute, to help the process, to guide, and as it is being implemented, to see how we can advise the process. In our field, which is the health and education, we've actually formed new programs. Education, health, gender, and water are all in one program now called Human Capital Development. I don't know how the budget will look like. I'm waiting to see how the budget will look for that, because they want the budget to be by program, meaning that all these big four are all going to one place.
But that also starts to tell us what we need to talk about. They're also giving us some reforms they expect to see, and in there you will see that there's a lot of people that can contribute in terms of revitalizing other skills development in the country, especially non-degree, what they call technical and vocation education. So we really need to see how we prepare at this stage to go and help that process downstream. Because as you already said, not everyone is going to be going to come to the university to do this, but how does a primary, secondary power, senior fourth power, what do they carry out? What do they go out of the education? Who is to live their lives, to be productive, to be good citizens, to be able to manage and be able to live their family. So I won't skip that, but say that research is basically a big transformative factor, as we all know, so I'm not going to repeat very many things here, but just to emphasize that the questions we ask, as already said by the Chancellor, should have some resonance with issues in the community. The communities that we want to serve. There is a lot that can be done in research, but it will be difficult for us to account for our scientific growth and our privilege if those privilege are serving other communities. And I want here not to downplay the role we are doing, especially in terms of high-end vaccine research. But we would like that vaccines that for diseases which bedevil us are really the ones we spend a lot of time also capitalizing. I counted last 2 years ago how many PhDs in malaria we have in East Africa. And they are nearly 1,000 PhDs. But we still can't fight a mosquito. And with all of this knowledge that we have in the region, and we know every community is affected by malaria, but we can't really get mosquito addressed by all these PhDs, leave alone. I think we have a problem. So education system, how do we account the issues that really affect us? It is really sad to be just getting people through the chain, and the problem is unaddressed. Then are looking for how to sell products. Okay, most PhDs, when I try to tabulate or categorize, you see that most of them are looking for things to sell for malaria, to survive off malaria. And I think that may not be done economically, but morally it might be something that is not right. I'm sorry to say that, that's a particular perspective. If I was in business, I would speak the other way around. So being socially responsible, I think, is what I'm talking about. How do we help our research, the research of those that are coming through the pipeline to truly try to address and orient to those issues that we find are very important. Increasingly also we are approaching addressing or solving very complex issues. It is saying that if it is simple, it should have been already done. So as we train people, let's imagine that they are going to solve more complex and complex issues. How do they really address that? And it's going to be very important that they are given more mental models and flexibility of thinking and collaboration especially to be able to reach out to other expertise so that we have interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, but also you can add so many of those. We talk about them as simple, but when you actually get to do them, they're not very easy. And the second part of my talk, I'll share with you what we've been doing in one of the programs. But this is where we actually need to pay a lot of attention. Also, the issue of research ethics, I think that we all know for the subjects part of it, but the ethics of allocation of resources for research, that one we need to think carefully about. I think I can give a better example than the warfare that the Chancellor has already said. A lot of money can be spent in how to eliminate people. But how is our own research really trying to be aligned to welfare needs of our society? I think that, in my view, is another ethical issue that we need to pay attention to. So this one, I use it sometimes for teaching, but just to say that there are problems that of different colors, shades, but also complexity. In general, if you read this with the elements down on the left, you see that there are problems that tend to be simple and research usually gets moved quickly without very many uncertainties and give you a solution. Because partly you are dealing with a few decision makers, partly you are dealing with a few alternatives in terms of solutions, partly you are dealing with certain consensus about means, outcomes that you expect are almost highly certain. If you do A, you get B. You can calculate the probabilities of success literally from the start. But towards the end of this table, you have what we call wicked problems. In management, there is actually a whole science about wicked problems. Although in our local language, when you say wicked, that can't be professor saying wicked stuff. But management science apparently has embraced this whole issue of wicked problems, so you could read more about it. But the point is that you tend to have many players that come to be critical to that solution. And those players may not share the same interest or same motive. They may actually have conflicting value sets. If the alternatives that are out there are many, you have also a challenge. If you have consensus, if the consensus itself is not coming through, and there is a lot of
contestations or value arguments, that one also is a problem. Outcomes, they will become unknown literally. And I think some of us will just be going through the whole of last year with COVID. Through this kind of wicked problem of masks. Now it is masks everywhere. But even now, there's vaccines are here, but you still hear there is value problems. So we are in this situation where we really need to be thinking about how do we solve these issues. These issues only get solved if we are able to listen to each other's perspectives. What are the objections? What are their proposals? How do we find a compromise to work through and move society forward? Otherwise, many times when each group works in their lab, what ends up is what we see in the market. There is a small quota there, and then there is a big news about this one should be thrown out. And we need to find out why Malawi was destroying so many vaccines. But we are asking for help, and here we are throwing our help. I don't know. The other thing, especially which is important for us in research, is that sometimes we have ideas that we move into solutions before we know the problem. And so we start now creating the problem, we're trying to force a problem out of the situation. That also is not something that's very helpful. Many times it's good to be sure what the problem is, define it, those it affects, those that are part of it, and be sure that when you launch yourself into a research program, you're actually working within what is defined to be the problem rather than the other way around. I'm not saying that don't innovate and wait for what is it called? The rainy day. I think that also works, but you should do. This is not a rainy day because we have a lot of vaccines. When COVID came, we started looking for can this work? Can this one work? So that's where this chloroquine was all over Washington, trying to exploit a solution that is already there to see whether it can fit the new problem. That is not bad if it works, but I think importantly is we need to always, especially because we have the community, let's take time to define that with the communities. Then the other issue, this is important, and we've learned a lot from the work I've been doing for the last 5-6 years in speed, design thinking. I think we all have a lot of knowledge in our own area, but when it comes to design, I think that should work for the communities. We always have a gap. That gap I am calling it gap. I'm going to use this example because yesterday when I checked in the hotel, I found there was a presentation about registering teachers on the online system, all of them, and there was a panel explaining how they've made this data system, and every teacher should have an email and should be able to log on, should put on scan their document in PDF, and should be able to navigate. So I went back to that community where I grew up, and I remember the teachers that are there. And I started thinking of how many even know what the word email means. But they are required, all of them, to get on this system and get all their certificates scanned in a particular format explained and upload it. So at some point, you find the ministers sunk billions into this. The design people are very, on TV, very smart about what they are doing. They are not having empathy at all about the people they are designing it for. Who are they? What kind of capability do they have? If we don't have that empathy, I think our solutions become so nice for us to use and to advance. It becomes nice for other people. So I think that is the point I wanted to raise here. Like, let's try to have empathy. The rest is really sharing with you what we've been doing. School public health has been working very, as you know, it's a total new part of the game within the development goals. And we've been trying for the last 5 years to get all government to appreciate what is it that they have to do. And the point is, it's not a Ministry of Health goal, which is commonly assumed. This is a goal that requires so many other agencies of government to contribute for health. But also when you go to other goals, you realize they also can't be addressed by one sector. So when you read the National Development Plan, for which we actually been very core in this revision, is to try and see how do you galvanize all those different partnerships to work on a common goal. And that has been our main area. One of the issues we discovered that in that process, that by being among these groups, we actually learn better and become a better academician. And for those of you who don't have the opportunity to use that kind of lab, find the appropriate lab for your expertise. Mine, the lab has been here in boardrooms of politicians, and the people trying to understand how they are trying to improve design programs for the country, deal with financing, deal with human resources, deal with funders and the like. And that, I believe, there is now a book by, I don't know what it's called, Engaged Scholarship. I will recommend it to you to read, because it is a very good way of trying to help you understand how do you get engaged in the field, or at least in the ecosystem from which you draw your science, your data, your interpretation. And that's very important. So we've had to work on so many programs, which has helped us to literally be part of the networks and the policy communities. And in there, we've learned also the thinking of government, the planners, the implementers, the challenges. And out of this, we'll be now almost permanent members of many of the technical working groups within the sector, also within the broader government and the NBA. Again, try to see how to advance. In that, we also have the opportunity to lead the whole development of the universal coverage and universal coverage roadmap. And it's currently being finalized the 5-year plan and the national health policy, the third one. It's also coming out. The other ways of engagement, which you are also aware of, sometimes we have to lead the debate out there. Sometimes it's not enough to do your paper and disseminate it within your community. Sometimes you actually have to take it to the public and raise those issues that you think need to be raised. And we've been very visible on that and been able to training journalists and training ourselves also to do journalism. So we've been working on both sides of this equation. We've been engaging with various government agencies about budgets, about design. We're engaging with the parliamentary research department to understand how do they cope with generating evidence to inform parliamentarians. Sometimes they speak, it doesn't look like they're speaking out of evidence, and the evidence is available. How do we collaborate? Do you know that this department exists? Do you know that black people are working on that? So we've taken them across the universities to meet various groups of people, so that at some point they can see who to call based on the issue. And these are issues again that we need to engage with. A way of trying to connect knowledge quickly to the users. I did not come with a book, but we have a soft copy on the website. We've written a whole chapter book on personal average, again, from applied policy aspect, how do we collectively solve some of these challenges? Now, we can go on the website of Speed Project and you'll find the chapters there. We've also been in alliance with others. In other words, taking ourselves to work with those with power. We find us with parliamentarians, sometimes we find us lobbying an NGO or funders, address those concerns that we get from the side. You go to the district and they tell you all their problems. The district people, the government, they sometimes can't speak clearly their problem, but they are not even given opportunity. And when Professor Freddy shows up, you may give him 10 minutes and he may summarize for the districts what the problem is. And I think we need, how do we speak for the vulnerable, for those who don't have the voice? This is another aspect. Of course, they want to progress. The police have to have policies. We just need also to keep babysitting them until they actually bed in and become. Imagine if the president just created the university and walked away and there was no follow-up. You could easily get the policies required. You know, nursing, follow and all of that. To remind that please, let's try to resource the capacity to get to the targets and the changes we expect. So we've been sometimes organizing big meetings like these ones. We are organizing, calling very many from the private sector, from outside, funders and all that, again to deliberate on some core issues. And many of these have been helpful, because somehow they've galvanized government to be more focused, especially the decisions they're making. But also making other sectors know that what they do can contribute to. I've been now I'm on a technical group in police traffic section. And on road engines, I also see, and of course I send people, I don't know how to do it. But the point is that they start to recognize that what they're doing has help and they need some. Now they are writing the police policy, health policy, the police, we are there helping them on that, but also we are trying to say, how do you help yourself and help the public on roads and how you police some of these accidents on the road. In other words, again, the scholarship is what I'm trying to talk about as and of course, generating learning. Oh, this one has wonderful. How we support young people to take career in this area is very important. Mine is a career that's very hard to explain. Young people to be police analyst, the system. So what is that? Do you let people know? I advise, I model, they don't understand. But somehow, in your own field, find what works for you to realize. Mentor people and bring them to speak, so that when you actually exit, there are people who can do your work better. Applications will be made. So as I conclude, I think we need to have a way to support a deliberative approach to how we solve problems with research and innovation. But this deliberation requires that we also recognize that knowledge is not a preserve of us in research. Communities in their own simple ways have a lot of information. If we can listen to them about the problem they have, what you're trying to do, it is that knowledge that may actually be more transformative. Because you're going to have a stick you're going to work with. So we may not recognize that as knowledge, but I come to believe that if we really engage with the user and what they understand, we are using the very component of what is transformative. In there also how we should seek to be part of society and not just from a distance. I know we all stay somewhere, but some people stay somewhere, drive there, and they even don't know the network. Take time to walk around and see what is it that you can run for there. Talk to people, young people, and all that. So engagement is very important. Co-production of knowledge is what I'm talking about. And I think as we go forward, the people we are currently preparing for leadership, technical and professional and otherwise, they really need to learn how to talk to each other. I mean, should create spaces where they are still with us, teach them to be able to listen to each other and to co-solve societal problems. Departments are great, specialization is great, but if it doesn't solve society's problem, then it is nothing. So we need to see how to break those boundaries when they need to come down. That's our end. Ultimately, we don't want to leave anyone behind, and universities are the biggest institution of that. This may look like a complex picture, but I could easily say Arsenal is playing money because Arsenal is my team. So we need to be team players in there, in the field to win. And with team players, really, you need to know your other players' skills so that you can collaborate. But there are also people there who needed to be able to enjoy what is going on. In other words, their lives to be transformed. Some are already privileged, like this phobia when my dad was speaking for me. Is it Dr. Nancy? Yes, she was very tall. But now when I'm here, and you may just say, because we are not equally gifted. So I would have expected a platform here, you know. What I'm saying is what is on this page. Some people are normally endowed and they don't need a lot of help. They just need a little bit. Some are really more disadvantaged. They need a lot more help. The education system, those who don't make the grade, they get retake, they get out. Rarely do we sit to them and say, can you cancel this person so that, you know, maybe it needs more contact time. The reason is, I'm talking about, is how do we ensure equity, whether as trainers or as research or as development. So that one that is short needs more blocks to stand on so that they also enjoy. But if you see this one that is towards the right, you see that someone is going into a ditch where they're doing more disadvantage is short and does even make him made short. That happens in voices sometimes and the things we do. The other one, if the feet could see even the toes could work, because it's too high, you can't even see his head. I don't know whether you see that one of the asthmatic stools. Sometimes we just give more to those that already have. The Bible says so, but I think society should try to revise this. And as we go forward, I think those are things I want to leave you as an institution of learning. Let's try to solve society's problem, but also ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate all those.
Observe the standing ovation in appreciation of this great presentation. Can you give us? Professor Fred Senkoa, on behalf of the participants, I thank you for taking time to come and speak to us on the role of research in transforming the change. move forward. Stand for your left, that is our room 3. I think about out of this room, I think about them, move on, same floor, all stations are booked from. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. We are now invite us to join the Vice Chancellor and the key speaker for the group photograph. And then move for the break.
Thank you so much. The documentary running is about the community works of us as we go for our
Participants. for taking part in this 16th Mass Annual Research Dissemination Conference. The official opening ceremony is now done, and now we are breaking into 3 panel sessions. So 3 panel sessions or breakout rooms have been created. Kindly choose the room you'd like to participate in and then join. Just choose on your screen the room you'd like to participate in and then join. This session will run from 11:15 up to 1 p.m. Then we break off for lunch and then resume at 2 p.m. In the meantime, during this next break, please enjoy a wonderful documentary about our great prestigious university, Mass. Thank you.
Put you back on.
Once again, thank you very much. For clarification purposes, we have 3 breakout rooms. Now, the first panel session, which will be in room 1, is on the transforming healthcare access and delivery in the changing world. Transforming healthcare access and delivery in the changing world. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Scholastic Kashaba and Dr. Joseph Mbozi. The next panel session will be on interdisciplinary initiatives for community well-being, coping with the changing climate and the environmental degradation, innovations amidst demographic shifts, promoting nutrition and food safety and value addition for sustainable livelihoods, and fostering inclusive and quality education access amidst frontier challenges of digital transformation. This session in room 2 will be chaired by Associate Professor Grace Luji and Dr. Imelda Tamis-Gillen. Then the third panel session will be on dynamics in social justice, governance, and empowerment of local communities. And this will be chaired by Dr. Beda Trinamasco and Dr. Tom Ogwang. So kindly feel free to choose the room you'd like to participate in and then join. Otherwise, in the meantime, you can enjoy that wonderful documentary about the community engagements our students are involved in. I wish you wonderful and fruitful discussions and presentations. More questions?
Vamos. Voy a cantar ya, vamos.
This is Uganda, a beautiful country with tremendous potential, whose resilient people continue to recover from the political chaos that followed independence. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, also known as MUST, was founded in 1989 with Faculty of Medicine offering undergraduate programs in medicine and surgery.
By 2001, it had also opened a Faculty of Science and a Faculty of Development Studies.
Our mission is to create a highly skilled workforce that is essential for our country's sustained economic growth and development.
We train doctors to heal the sick and maintain a healthy population.
We teach the next generation of Ugandan scientists.
We train young people who will manage the development of agriculture and industry for the years to come. Together, we are working toward a brighter future for the people of Uganda.
Uganda is critical. It is only those who are healthy who can actively and productively participate in the economy of the land.
The healthcare needs are enormous. There are problems linked to poverty, there are problems linked to access to information.
Things like child mortality rates, maternal mortality rates, things like HIV.
There is diphtheria, malaria, TB. If 5 children were born, at least one or two would die before the age of 5. And they die because of preventable diseases.
Before Mbarara University was started, it reduced to around 1 in 25,000. So we hope that can really come down to at least 1 in 500.
The mission of the medical faculty is train healthcare professionals who are prepared to work in different environments, both rural and urban areas. The undergraduate degrees we offer are for medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and laboratory scientists.
I want to be a gynecologist and obstetrician. It feels so sad when a mother has to lose her baby and she has to maybe lose her uterus just because she couldn't find a doctor in the village to help her out. People out there are really suffering.
I would like to look after AIDS because I lost one of my parents for AIDS, and my mom is still living, but still she's suffering from AIDS.
I love looking after patients. I love to help them get better. And another thing I grew to love was to teach other people how to take care of these patients.
All the lecturers, they are inspiring. They really want to make you the best, or even something better than they are.
They're fun in classes. They make some jokes and really understand. They allow questions if you have not understood, and they are even easy people to approach.
The more people I train, the better services they will offer for the people in the countryside where they will be able to work. Most of the people we see in the hospital are rural-based people. Majority of them are poor people, and they have got to travel long distances to reach here.
The Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital is sponsored by the Ministry of Health.
We give services to general medicine, surgery, HIV/AIDS and other infectious diseases, dental health, and all the other specialties of a major referral hospital.
Normally on a ward round, we review the patient, we discuss what's happening with the patient, and use that chance to teach, to help the young doctors think through the process of taking care of the patient, the management especially.
I can feel it. I can feel it underneath. But I would grade that as 1 out of 4.
International partners are essential in providing the human resources necessary to train the next generation of scientists and health providers.
Since 1989, Cuba is supporting this university with professors not only specifically in medicine. They send some pharmacologists and other kind of professors. Our main problem now is maternal. The community, the primary care will be possible to solve the problem, and then the pregnancy will be safe to the mother in Uganda. This is our dream.
We have a colleague who is a medical missionary through the Baptist Mission of Uganda. He suggested that we start a HIV/AIDS clinic.
We began in 1998 in November with one patient. And since that time has grown from 1 to over 8,000 patients now. And a lot of that is basic care for opportunistic infections. About a third of those patients are on antiretroviral drugs.
Those who are severely immunosuppressed with CD4 counts less than 200, we put on the waiting list. Those who are in their late stage of disease, we put on that waiting list.
I have been on antiretroviral drugs since 2003. Since then, I'm now strong, and my CD4 has risen from 200 to 580.
Currently, we have 1,500 patients on that waiting list, and if you fast on that list, you get your drugs.
All our collaborators provide essential support for the mission of the university.
A growing relationship with American organization, Doctors for Global Health, has sent medical residents at Montefiore Hospital in New York to assist with training medical students on the wards.
The university has worked a lot with TET, the Tropical Health Education Trust, British NGO. They've also sent faculty. We have currently 2, and they've been helping in responsibilities of teaching, clinical care, running outpatient clinics, and also teaching postgraduate from TET initiated the postgraduate training program. And this was in view of building capacity of the local Ugandans to become lecturers. And currently, in 2005, we have 6 lecturers in the Department of Internal Medicine.
MAST offers more than 15 master's and PhD programs in several fields, including obstetrics and gynecology, biochemistry, ophthalmology, surgery, and public health.
The courses for Masters of Public Health are offered by the University of Sweden, and the courses are offered online here in this learning center. And like you see in my background, it has modern computers. It is connected to fast-speed internet. Masters of Public Health here is very relevant and important. I'm mainly interested in community empowerment, and Bara University implements a community-based health program. That is, the doctors are trained to tackle the problems of the people from where they are.
Community health is the core of the program.
For a third world country like Uganda, over 80% of the population is rural. So medical personnel have to be encouraged to work in the rural settings.
Students need to be prepared to go the extra mile, use minimal resources, give clear messages to the community so that health and healthcare can improve. That's why students have to spend part of their training in the rural areas.
While in my 4th year of education, I was placed in a health center 4. We spent 6 weeks there, mainly doing community visits and health outreaches. And that is really very important. It makes you appreciate the health problems at the grassroots. It's part of the inspiration we have to continue working with upcountry settings.
What's really exciting to me is that we are training not just doctors, but nurses, a whole different cadre of healthcare workers. And those healthcare workers are not staying here, they're going throughout Uganda. And so we've got doctors that we've trained that are excellent doctors that are now out teaching others in other parts of the country.
These are ART drugs. In Ibanda Hospital, I'm the main teacher for community health. So we go to the nearby communities to make practical what we teach. It's exciting because we speak to the whole community. We do health education about how to prevent illnesses like malaria, like HIV, many communicable diseases. And also we instill in them more health-seeking behaviors like attending antenatal care, like bringing their children for immunization, and like also having their deliveries in hospital or at least health centers.
The medical faculty is not just an academic training institution. We are also working every day for the immediate care of local people all over Mbarara district.
Today is a Child Health Day for this particular area, which is planned together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that most of the children get immunization services, deworming, and they are weighed to ensure that they are growing well. One goal of the university is to empower communities to manage their own problems. The Child Health Project trains community volunteers to manage simple illnesses and refer complicated ones. We share knowledge, and when you visit their homes, you notice a change. At least if there is food in the house, it's covered, the bushes are cleared to reduce the malaria, there is a drying rack. At least people are more informed than they were before. The project is possible because of the Canadian involvement. They have expertise in pediatric problems and because of the funding from Canada. According to the statistics we have, children who have been referred for treatment, children who have been helped by the volunteers, children who have been immunized because of our influence are more than 90,000.
The Faculty of Medicine has many vital collaborations with local, national and international organizations. For example, Mobile Hospice Mbarara provides hospice care to rural patients with terminal diseases such as AIDS and cancer.
These patients have already been to all hospitals, they have been to all herbalists, they have been to everywhere, and they are at the end of their life and they are in a lot of pain. They come to hospice or we visit them in their homes, we counsel them, give them drugs for pain, relieve their symptoms like the smelling wounds. Mobile Hospice in Mbarara, we teach the medical students and the nursing, the postgraduate and the undergraduate, we teach them palliative care. It is a way of spreading the palliative care to other people because when they finish, they've got other hospitals and they're going to meet this kind of patients we are talking about.
The university collaborates closely with many other organizations, including the Family Planning Association of Uganda, the Mulago Mbarara Joint AIDS Project, Doctors Without Borders, the University of California, the AIDS Support Organization, Joint Clinical Research Center, and Center for Disease Control in Uganda.
As it struggles to grow, the university faces tremendous financial challenges. There is not enough money in the budget for basic maintenance or to develop infrastructure.
The usual nurse-to-patient ratio that we have is about 20 patients to one nurse.
Even my clinic in the dental department, the equipment are all now beyond the age of 20 years, and because they are being overused, they are all running down.
There's so much that would help, even just drugs for treating just the common infections.
People will end up dying because of lack of medical facilities, no medicine, no equipment, no what.
But The university has great ambitions to grow and be able to produce more highly skilled graduates.
It is being planned that this learning center, which is funded by the Swedish International Cooperation Agency, also becomes a learning center that transmits education to other places of the region. The technology is very expensive and needs more support.
I want to see Mbarara University be a state-of-the-art research center, but I know this is a big dream because we need funds to carry out really good research, and we only can manage this through international collaborations.
We need help in collaboration, and we need these specialists in all the fields.
There are plans that have been drawn up and have been approved to probably double or triple the size of this hospital. But even when you build the building, there's still the need.
Access and delivery in a changing world. We have about 7 presentations, and I want to inform our presenters that we want to keep it short. So each presentation will be 10 minutes, and then we have about 5 minutes for questions. So make sure you are in that time range so that we don't delay too much. So our first presentation is about ocular pathology in patients with head injury attending Barrio Faro Hospital, a cross-sectional study by Amos Chinamasko. Somebody should, you could share the slides and then we'll start. Listen to that presentation. Share the screen for his presentation. Please call them out loud.
So the first presenter is not online according to the name registered. Let's first do a brief roll call. Yes. Pale, in case you're already online, would you please you can see the first one. Jimmy Pale, are you online? Would you please?
Yes, I'm on.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, let me just do that.
Oh, just to emphasize, you're going to have 10 minutes present, and then you have 5 minutes concerning your presentation.
Yes, so as deep as Jimmy prepares to
Jimmy, we can see your presentation. I believe you're good to go.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm Jimmy, and I'm presenting with my other work was done with other co-authors, Sonia Kath, Ate, and the others. In the form of nice touch as a multifunctional excipient for direct tablet compression. Our presentation is going to go as follows. So we're going to talk about introduce and then objectives, the methodologies that we used, results, discussion, conclusion, recommendations, and the others. Excipients are inert ingredients or additives that are added in pharmaceutical products to perform various functions. And direct compression is the simplest technique that is used for tablet production compared to other technologies like granulation. It involves directly compressing powder blend just into a tablet. Sorry, there's not a powder, into a tablet. It's cheap and readily available excipient that has been used in various pharmaceutical products, mainly tablets. It is, but this starch in its natural state is not good for the simplest method for producing tablets, which is direct compression. So this can actually be, the properties of starch can be modified using different techniques to improve its properties for direct compression. So pre-gelatinization, which involves rupturing of the granular structure of starch, maize starch, is one of the methods that have been widely adopted for improving properties of starch. So one of the products that is already from this technology of gelatinization is the starch 1500, but this product has limited limitations in its use as multifunctional excipient for direct compression. That one has very poor binding properties if you are using it for tablets. And also microcrystalline cellulose, which is one of the commonly used additives or excipients as a binder, direct compression, is very expensive, and that one is not manufactured in Uganda; they are imported. So there is a need for cheaper alternatives. So in also pre-gelatinization of starch, there's no specified temperature that has been reported. That is the optimum temperature. Because there's the optimum temperature for preparing or modifying starch so as to get optimum properties. So this study documented the optimum temperature at which pre-gelatinized maize starch with best multifunctional tableting properties, especially for direct compression, can be obtained. The work also recommended future research into optimization using employing other critical process parameters such as water to starch ratio. So the study aimed to evaluate the optimum temperature for preparation of pre-gelatinized starch as a direct compression multifunctional excipient. And our specific objectives were to investigate the optimum temperature for preparation of the pre-gelatinized starch. And the second objective was to determine the physical-chemical properties of the maize starch, which are very vital in assessing whether the powder material contains good properties for direct compression. So the methodology, this study was an experimental lab-based study, and it was done in Mbarara University Pharmacy and Farmville Track Labs. These are some of the equipments and raw materials that we used in this work. So we modified the starch using the pre-gelatinization technique, which involves preparation of a slurry where you add around 25 grams of the crude starch in 100 mils of water. So this slurry was heated at various temperatures ranging from 55 to 75 for 15 minutes. So we filtered this slurry using a filter paper. Then the residue was dried using freeze drying method in combination with the fan drying. So we calculated the percentage yield after obtaining the different modified starch samples using the method. This formula here. So we evaluated different physicochemical properties which are very critical in standardizing in understanding the kind of starch that we obtained, the different parameters of the starch. So we did the light microscopy. This was done to measure the extent of rupture of the granules, because the heating change ruptures granules of starch. So we also did, and also this light microscopy looks at the different shapes of the particles of the different starch samples that were prepared. And then flow properties. These are properties that are used to determine the flowability of the samples. How samples flow, that's very important for tablet manufacturing, also other products, especially capsules. So that property was evaluated. Under angle of repose was determined using standard procedures. And also we determined the bulk density, the tapped density, the Carey's index was calculated from that calculation there, that formula. Also harshness ratios were calculated for different samples. So fluid density was also determined using another method, which involves the use of a pigmentometer bottle. We also determined the swelling index. So this property is very vital in understanding whether a starch, when it is used in a tablet for purposes of drug release, if it can be able to have that property. So we determined the swelling index. So also determined the hydration capacity, which is close to swelling index and has the same purpose. So we also determined the pH, like whether the sample will go acidic or they were alkaline. So that was also determined, and content was also determined. This is very important for purposes of stability of the powder material. So these are the different percentage yields that we obtained as we increased the temperature for the different slurries that we prepared. So you see that the percentage yield actually increased from 75%. So this tells you that the process of there was the loss of starch during the modification process was actually minimum, and at 75, the modification technique actually increased the mass of the starch materials that we modified. So these are the results of the microscopy, where we were looking at the shape of the different samples that we obtained, because these shapes are important in predicting or in the flow. If a particle has a circular shape, you will expect that it will have better flow. If it has irregular shape, you'll expect that the flow of this powder will not be good. So we did these are the findings we got from the different, as you increase the temperature, you can see from 55 at 60, at 65, at 70, 75. So MCC was also done as a standard to compare with the materials that we recognized. So this is a summary of the different steps that we obtained from these macroscopic examinations. So we find that as we are going from 55 to, as we are increasing the temperature, there was change in the shape of the particles. At 70, we saw there was prismatic. This is more like a circular shape, and there's also clustering that we observed in 75. You can see at 70, we have a prismatic shape, and at 75, there was kind of clustering of the granules as they ruptured. So the angle of repose, which is used to determine whether a powder material has a good flow, was recorded to be very low. We observed it to be very low at temperatures of 70 and 75. 70 is the lowest angle of repose. So the explanation here is that when the angle of repose of powder material is low, it tells you that powder material has a good flow. So you could tell that 70 at temperature of 70 and 75, the angle of repose was better compared to other temperatures. Even these two temperatures gave better angle of repose compared to the standard that is in the market, the microcrystalline cellulose, which is MCC. Then a Carris index is also an expression that that helps you to predict or to make a judgment on the flow. So the lower the angle of the Carris index, the better. So you can see, according to Carris index, temperatures of 75 actually have better flow compared to 70. So those two are lower. And these two temperatures also performed better than the standard excipient or the additive that's in the market for tableting MCC. Bulk density and tap density. So these parameters tell you the expression of how much of the material would, or the amount of volume that a defined amount of the material will occupy. So if a higher amount of material occupies a smaller space, that is very, very good for tableting. So materials having lower bulk densities and tap densities are more desirable. So here we will find actually the standard performed better than them, and 70 was better compared to the others. So these results were not that much significant between the different samples. I mean, the ones from 70 to the standard. And the same expression, the same results were also observed for tap density, which actually gives the same information, but that's for the purposes of comparison. So true density. So this one tells you. It also gives you the particle arrangement of the particles in a powder. So a lower, actually a medium true density is more desirable. So we'll find that 65 gave us a very good true density, and 170 for 70 the true density was higher, and at 75 the density was comparable to the one at 70. So this at 65 and 55 the true densities were lower. But if the true density is too low, it also tells you that that will be required to compress that powder in the tablet is very high. So as much as true density is desired, but you don't need the very low values. So at 70 and 75 still gives us a comparable and good true densities. And porosity gives you how the particles are arranging themselves. So a higher porosity will tell you that when I compress a powder too easily, the compression will be very fast to get a good tablet. So you can say the standard MCC had a very better porosity compared to 75. So the 75 and 70 squared better compared to the other temperatures. So swelling, like I said,
Jimmy, you have 2 minutes to go, so please try to summarize.
Okay. So swelling index also gives you information on whether if this powder is used in a tablet, the tablet will easily release the drug. So a higher one is always desirable. We saw here that 70 was better and 75 was close to it. And this 70 was actually better than the standard in the market. And also the same applies to the hydration capacity. Those two at 70 and 75 have better properties in terms of whether they will release the drug. So this is most advantage. We found that most of the powder materials were within the range of 95 9.5 to 13.5, which is acceptable moisture content. And pH was within 4, the water around 4 to 6, which is still acceptable for starch materials. So these are some of the things I've already discussed on how the results, what the results mean to us. So comparing the different properties of these different powders at different temperatures, we are able to come up to the conclusion that optimization of temperature leads to a change in particle shape as well as compactness, and both factors affect flow, packing, and compaction properties. And also, we're able to conclude that the optimal temperature for preparation of gelatinized starch with good properties or better direct tableting properties was found to be between 70 and 75. So we recommend more studies to be done in utilizing this powder material for formulation using direct compression, and also we also recommend that preparation of starch should be done at these temperatures, and other studies can also be on optimizing on changing their ratio between starch and water, because for us only used 20%. These are some of the limitations that we had in the study. Special thanks to the lab managers, KPI, Kamba Life Industry that provides us with some of the materials we needed for this study. These are references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy, for your presentation. That's a new era to many of us, but we appreciate that we are trying to improve our products that we make in Uganda. You took much of the time, so we shall limit your questions only to the audience in the room, but also virtually. 2 questions only, and then we'll proceed to the next presentation.
There's a question from Andrew. I see a hand from Andrew.
Yes, please. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm Andrew Okalo from Nairobi. Well, thanks a lot for the presentation, but maybe I may have missed it either during the start of your presentation. How were you able to microscopically view the starch property, the starch particles at those temperatures you mentioned? In other words, how was the temperature maintained constant from the time that you withdrew the particles from the heat source to the time that you measured them using the microscope? I probably missed it. That yeah. So probably how was that maintained?
Chair, may I respond to that?
Please do.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for your question. The temperatures that we varied were maintained using a water bath. We have a water bath equipment that can control temperatures, where you can adjust the temperature of the water bath from 65, 60, or whatever temperature you desire. So we're able to both use the water bath and also use a thermometer to monitor as we are gelatinizing those 15 minutes to see if the temperature really remained those limits that we set. And about the microscopy, how I was able to do microscopy to determine the particle steps that I saw. This was done after the starch particles were already gelatinized. After we freeze dried and dried, get another sample. A small sample around 0.1 grams was mounted on a macroscopic slide, and also it was mounted using glycerin to stop movement of the particles. So we visualize these particles in the microscope at magnification of 400 to be able to see clearly their particle shapes as I saw earlier.
Thank you, Jimmy. We shall get together one more question, and we leave it at that, and we go to the next presentation. If there is no other question, let's proceed to the next presentation by Amos Chinamasco, ocular pathology in patients with head injury attending Bar Regional Referral Hospital, a cross-sectional study. Professor Chinamasco, share your screen and we move forward.
Jimmy needs to stop sharing.
Oh, Jimmy, please stop sharing, and another person shares their presentation. And let's keep time, please. At maximum, I expect only 10 slides so that we can keep within time. Otherwise, we may leave here at 5 p.m.
I'm present. And I should be with you shortly. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to the organizers of this research dissemination conference for the opportunities from the Department of Ophthalmology and also the Department of Emergency Medicine. My name is Amos Chinamasco from the Department of Ophthalmology. I am presenting on behalf of our former med student, Dr. Kambale Mutanga from from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who has not been able to present himself, but I co-supervised him with Dr. Derek Carbon from the Department of Emergency Medicine. As you've been told, and as you can see on the screen, the subject was ocular findings in patients with head injury attending by Regional Referral Hospital, Southwestern Uganda. These are findings from his dissertation. Ocular trauma is the cause of blindness in more than half of the, just a moment, 500,000 people worldwide, particularly in development countries. Head injury is a common cause of ocular trauma among patients. Studies done in India and in Nigeria have shown this one to be common. Mechanisms underlying ocular defects in head trauma patients are not well understood. A lot of hypotheses have been advanced, but they are still not very well refined. Disorders of eye movement are thought to result from direct trauma to orbital contents, cranial nerves, and other brain areas. The preference, range, and factors associated with ocular findings in patients with head injury are not known in Uganda, including our own Bara Regional Referral Hospital. Problem statement. Comprehensive ophthalmological assessment of patients with head injury is rarely done to find out where they might have ocular complications. Many of the ophthalmic findings are often ignored and present much later to specialist neuro-ophthalmic clinics. Clinical correlation of ocular findings with its prevalence, range, and associated factors and prognosis of the patient with head injury. This study assessed the prevalence, range, and factors associated with ocular findings at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. Justification. There has been scanty documentation regarding the ophthalmic complications of head injury in many trauma centers. Routine early screening and diagnosis of visual problems may be essential to effectively rehabilitate patients following head injury. The general objective of this study was to assess the ocular findings among patients with head injury at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital within the first week after trauma. And there are three specific objectives. One was to establish the prevalence of ocular findings. Second was to determine the range of findings and the factors associated with the ocular findings. It was a cross-sectional study done between December 2019 and May 2020. And it involved all head injury patients admitted in the surgical emergency ward at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. A total of 169 patients were enrolled by consecutive sampling method. And the inclusion criteria was patients aged 18 years, diagnosed with head injury, admitted in the emergency ward within the first 7 days of injury. Patients who were unconscious without an eligible caretaker were not enrolled. The patients were found on the emergency ward, admitted, and the diagnosis of head injury was done by the clinicians and ophthalmic assessment of all the patients. Head injury was carried out by the principal investigator, who was assisted by a senior ophthalmologist when needed. And those were the instruments that were used. And the data was entered in the computer and analyzed. To determine the factors associated with the ocular findings among the patients with head injury, bivariate analysis using chi-square test and logistic regression were done. Then association between factors and ocular findings was performed. The unadjusted odds ratio with corresponding 95% confidence intervals and p values were reported. All factors with p-value less than 0.05 were considered in multivariate analysis model building so as to adjust for confounding effect. Adjusted odds ratios, 95% confidence intervals, and corresponding p-values were presented. This is a summary of the study. As you can see, 183 patients with head injury were found in the emergency ward during the study period, but 14 were excluded because they were unconscious and there was nobody to really explain their particulars, and also they could not easily be examined. Then 169 were enrolled, and these are the findings. I'm sorry about the rather busy tables, but you can focus on the summary on the right side of the screen. Of the 169 patients, the majority were males and aged less than 35 years. Most were married, and occupationally, most were either border riders or public transport drivers. and most reported 3 days or later than 3 days after the injury. The overall prevalence of ocular findings among the head injury patients was 61.5%. Of the 104 patients with ocular findings, as I said, a majority were males aged less than 35. No significant association was found in the prevalence of ocular findings across gender and age. This shows the wide range of ocular findings. Most common was ecchymosis. This is blood accumulation around the eyes, around the eyelids. And pupillary abnormalities were also among the most common complications. And pupillary abnormalities usually mean that there has been some one, so what prepare for it from one. Pupillary abnormalities usually indicate that there has been some neurological damage. On bivariate analysis of socioeconomic, on bivariate analysis, there was a significant high occurrence of ocular findings across especially severe injury and days since injury. However, there was no association between the nature of accident and ocular findings. Now, this is the analysis showing the different parts of the body injured. You can see none of the fractures was associated with ocular findings. And of all the hemorrhages, we see that only epidural hemorrhage was associated with ocular findings. Then, days since injury, only days since injury, just a moment. Yeah, this injury was the only factor associated with ocular findings. Also, patients who reported after 3 to 7 days were 3.9 times more likely to present with ocular findings compared to those that reported earlier. Discussion. As I've seen, there was an overall prevalence of high prevalence
a big number of them
ocular
still
injuries,
attach
and
themselves.
this was
They
similar
feel
to other studies,
and that is
in the
even
region
when
and
after all these years since the
that high
1990s,
association of
still
ocular
a
involvement
lot of
with
attachment
head
to the
injury
forest.
is
That
probably
is over
because of their close
35%,
proximity.
and according
the
to them,
eyes or surrounding structures
67% of the Batwa have their
injured
family
by the same
had an
forces
origin,
that cause the
their
head
origin in
injury.
the forest.
And you can also see that the majority were young males or males in their highly productive age range. Like in other studies, we found that young males were most vulnerable to get head injuries. And in our setting, these were the motorcycle riders and motor vehicles drivers who are usually in public transport. They're the ones who tend to dominate that industry, and they tend to be undisciplined. So they tend to get involved in accidents. There are also a wide variety of ocular manifestations, mainly soft tissue injuries surrounding the eyes and neophthalmic manifestations. There are also fractures of the orbital walls, with the lateral and inferior wall being the most affected because they are most exposed. The high occurrence of lateral orbital wall and inferior wall fractures is similar to that of the other studies which have been noted. These injuries were due mostly to direct ocular trauma and highlight the need for close involvement of the eye care workers in the management of patients with head injury. Several of these manifestations are minor and can be self-limiting. Others need timely intervention of the ophthalmic team in collaboration with other subspecialties. We found that only the time elapsed between injury and being admitted was significantly associated with ocular findings in multivariate analysis. It is not clear how this delay could affect the eventual outcomes, since this was only a cross-sectional study. Limitations. Because this was a cross-sectional study, we could not assess the outcome of the management of these patients. Also, some aspects of ocular assessment could not be done on the most severely injured patients, as they are not in a position to follow instructions. So the ocular complications among head injury patients would be higher than reported. You may also recall that earlier 14 patients could not be enrolled because they are severely injured, which means they could have had more ocular findings.
Please go to the summary. You have just 1 minute to go.
Okay, that's where I am now. Thank you. Conclusions and recommendations. We found a high prevalence of a wide range of ocular findings, particularly among young men who are involved in public transport. There is a need to raise public awareness about the need for discipline and adherence to road safety measures, like wearing helmets and seat belts. There is also a need for strengthening collaboration between the emergency departments and the eye departments. Also, a prospective study should be done for our patients with head injury and ocular involvement to monitor the outcome of these injuries. These people are acknowledged for their part in the research. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, which is most relevant to our population. Since you used all your 15 minutes, we are going to have only 2 questions concerning your presentation. So we will come questions from the room here, but also virtually. This professor has a question.
Thank you so much for the study and presentation, and also vision. Mine is to ask you, the use of finding in this study, was it because you didn't want to use pathology or injury or complication? Because normally even normal eyes is a finding. I don't know how you reconcile that in your study.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you clearly.
Yeah. So I would imagine that the clinician examining normal eye will also find normal findings. Your study is called ocular finding, but it looks like you want to say ocular injuries or pathology. Is there a reason why you did not use those terms?
I don't know if I'm understanding you clearly. but let me have a go. We were trying to find a word which could encompass, or which could cover injuries around the eyes and of the eyes and structures surrounding the eyes. So we did not highlight normal eyes, but those who had normal eyes, we also showed them in the results, but they were fewer than those who had normal eyes. I don't know if I'm very helping, but that's the way I understood the question.
Thank you. I think you have understood. Another question for you.
Thank you, Professor Amos.
Thank you.
Now, I have about 2 questions.
Yes.
Your participants reported 3 to 7 days later after the accident.
Yes.
I'm wondering, when do ocular complications manifest?
Okay. Shall I first answer this one?
Yeah, then you answer that. I make a follow-up.
We said this is one of our limitations because it was just a cross-sectional study. We found them as they were at the time they were admitted, but we were not. The study was not able to follow our patients and see how the ocular manifestations manifest and how they develop. It is not clear why those who came late had more ocular manifestations. It is something that would be need to further study to see if it was just an accidental, or why those who had more severe injuries came later rather than coming earlier, which one would have expected.
Okay, Professor.
Yes.
I thought head injury that will result into involvement of the eye to be considered an emergency.
Yes.
Where were they coming 3 to 7 days later after the accident?
I'm afraid we will not capture that.
Okay.
Why
so
they came late.
Okay. If you did capture that,
yes.
Don't you think your results are biased?
Why?
Okay. It means that those actually who came were at the end stage, maybe those who are bad luck, that they came to seek care. So there might be an element of selective referral, referral bias, so that you are receiving only those who have serious conditions. I'm wondering how we took care of that selective referral bias.
I'm afraid we did not take care of it, but what you are saying is the eye problems among head injury patients could be much higher than we were able to capture.
Oh, thank you, Professor Tinamasko, for responding to those questions. We shall proceed to our next presentation by Dr. Barnabas Atwine. We are going to ask you to stop sharing your screen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the next presentation is money was the problem. Caregivers reported reasons for abandoning their children's cancer treatment in southwestern Uganda by Dr. Barnabas Atwine. Dr. Barnabas Atwine, I hope you're online. Please share your screen. And we have 10 minutes. Let's respect this time so that we can finish. Oh, there's another one. No, okay. Yes, there is another one in between. Sorry, I missed that. Please on them. Yes, Dr. Barnabas, you can proceed, and then we shall have process and number after that. Yeah. Please, 10 minutes. So we expect about 10 slides from him.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. To share the findings of our small study we did here at the hospital. I'm presenting on behalf of a group of us, including Brian Bamwene, who sadly passed away about a month ago. These are findings of a study that basically describe the caregivers' reported reasons for abandoning their children's cancer treatment at our site here in Regional Referral Hospital. And treatment abandonment is the failure to begin or complete cancer curative therapy or missing treatment appointment for more than 1 month in a way that impacts the ability to cure or contain the disease, and is a major contributor to therapeutic failure in pediatric children and pediatric cancer patients, especially in the developing world. And rates really average about 3% in the high-income countries and about 30% in the low-income countries, and they correlate with good and poor treatment outcomes, respectively. Worldwide, high rates of treatment abandonment are generally predicted by low growth growth national product, absolute national health insurance scheme, a high prevalence of poverty, basically, and lack of local treatment and low literacy rates. And also, reasons that caregivers have given in the past were mainly financial constraints, misplaced incurability of cancer, and as people think that cancer is actually not curable. False perception of cure when children have gotten 1 or 2 doses of cancer treatment, and the parents think that the children have cured. Preference for alternative medicine, and quite a number of others. In Uganda, treatment abandonment rates have been from around 10 to 33%, but the reasons have actually not been described anywhere. We offer free cancer diagnosis and treatment at the Regional Referral Hospital for all children. However, about a quarter of them do not start or complete therapy after diagnosis. And so this study was really designed to find out the caregiver reasons for this, so as to kind of like get intervention. And this was done at our site here in Barara, where we admit about 120 children per year with cancer, diagnosed with cancer. And usually, diagnosed with cancer, about 120 children per year. And we carried out this study, qualitative study in November last year, where caregivers who had children diagnosed cancer but had abandoned treatment.
Dr. Barnabas, we can't hear you. Can you hear, of technical issues that you need help with? We seem to have lost you.
Can you hear me
yes,
now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why you lost me, but I'll perhaps just carry on. But just maybe to say that we did a qualitative study in November. We just basically, okay, fine. So out of 343 children that have been diagnosed with cancer from May 2017 to May 2019, only 77%.
Dr. Barnabas, please share your screen.
Okay, let me just call someone next to you.
Can you see my screen now?
No, we cannot see a screen.
Okay, just hold it a bit. Just 1 minute. That's surprising.
Okay, now we can see your screen, so you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my connection is not very good. So of the 343 children diagnosed with cancer between 2017 and 2020 August, 77 of them had abandoned treatment. And of those, 9 had actually not started treatment. So as soon as the diagnosis was made, they actually abandoned treatment. And we only managed to reach 26 caregivers by phone, and only 20 caregivers accepted us to visit them and do the interview. Of the 20, 12 of their children had passed on, and 8 of the children were still alive. And those who are alive, 5 of the children had no cancer symptoms at all. Most of the caregivers were married and had a median age of 37. And most of them came most of them were mothers, most of them came from Barara. And most of the children were boys, and their median age was 6.5 years. The reasons the mothers gave, I'm just going to give you a few quotes and then I'll give you a summary. Most of them really were financial difficulties. So financial difficulty was really overwhelming. The most commonly cited reason for treatment abandonment. Caregivers reported experiences of struggling to raise money to buy food and other necessities during the prolonged and repeated hospital stays that characterized childhood cancer. This particular mother says, my husband used to borrow money from a savings group, which was still paying back up to now. One time when I called him, he told me he didn't have any money, that I should take the child home. Some caregivers reported selling all their property with the repeated costs after which they had nothing else to sell. This one said, we did our best. We sold almost everything, including goats and cattle and land. And after that, we did not have any more money. And so we gave up. So money was the problem. Another said the father had a small piece of land and we considered selling it, but wondered whether we would put the rest of the children. So we therefore decided to leave him. So others really say they prefer traditional and spiritual healers as alternatives to medical care. And this one said, ever since we left the hospital, we have been giving him herbal medicine. That's what has been keeping him healthy. We've been implanted ourselves, and so it does not run out. Others thought cancer was incurable. And this one in particular said, this disease does not cure. So even when we were taking care of him, we knew that he was going to die. And another one says that they thought, really, on the other hand, some caregivers say they thought the children looked well and so did not need any further treatment. So this one in particular said,
Dr. Barnabas, we can't hear you.
Know that she was well, and so decided to the current side effects of being a very toxic regimen. And so you can say that from home, king and walking and drugs should fail to eat. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
We are losing you.
Okay, so can you hear me?
So we're going to ask you that you go to the conclusion, discuss the main findings of your presentation, and then we discuss a bit because it's hard to follow. The internet is breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, but we can't see your screen.
I share again my screen. I'm so sorry about this. The internet was so well until I started sharing. So basically, this was the summary of the reasons as to why caregivers abandon treatment. And basically, can you hear me now?
You're on and off. We are not sure if you can hear you.
Right,
But you can
so treatment abandonment is in most cases a result of socioeconomic conditions that are beyond the caregiver's control. And the hospital system, the healthcare system, and also the community basically is not is attuned to treating acute illnesses that result either into immediate death or immediate cure. So the whole concept of chronic treatment, of repeated hospital visits and chronic treatment, is really not is not something that the whole system and the community are really used to, and so they find it extremely difficult. This whole thing of prolonged and repeated hospitalizations, really, and we found that the families found this extremely difficult. Our recommendation that treatment abandonment should be approached with empathy and support, as opposed to blame, and that the healthcare-related costs need to be shouldered by the government and the hospital and philanthropy. And the importance of social work needs to be recognized. Some of these people could be actually identified, and they still have abandonment ideation by social workers before the actually treatment abandonment happens. Those were my references, and I acknowledge Global Health Collaborative, which sponsored this study, and I'll take your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barnabas. I must say it was a full presentation, but hopefully the audience picked something that they can build on to give you some questions. You are right on time. Let's have about 3 questions if we can. If there are questions in the audience. Oh, Professor.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Barnabas. Are you there?
Dr. Barnabas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
It's a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Your last recommendation. I'm wondering how a dedicated team can get in touch with the mother if the mother has not reported that they have abandoned the treatment.
All right, thank you. No, actually, so if thank you very much for that question. So if the patient usually meets the criteria of treatment abandonment, either they have not returned for their scheduled visit for more than 1 month, usually that is usually enough to be defined as treatment abandonment. Yes, so a dedicated team would be basically following up these patients and knowing those have not returned within a month's time, so we can actually follow them up.
These alternative treatments, do mothers know that these alternatives cure cancer compared to the conventional treatment they are receiving from the hospital?
Yes, actually, some of the people we talked to have faith in treatments compared to medical therapy. And sometimes people chose alternative medicine because it was cheaper and more available at their homes, didn't have side effects, didn't need them to travel long distances, and they're used to it more than medical therapy. But there are different reasons as what people chose for alternative treatment.
I clearly didn't get which alternatives are these. What are these alternatives?
Thank you very much. And spiritual cures, so being prayed for and taking herbs.
Okay. There's another
alternative treatment.
Yes, there's another question for you online, please. If you could check on the chat, there's a question.
Another question from in the chat.
This person raised
There's somebody, oh, okay. There's somebody raising his hand, yes. Please go ahead.
Read the name, read the name.
Andrew, please ask your question.
Oh, thanks a lot, Chair. Prof, mine is a simple one. How did you enjoy the reality of the information you gathered from the families?
Yeah, I think, well, one of them is that we made sure that this was done at home in a private place where really no one else was listening to the conversation. And usually the patients were taken through, the caregivers were taken, the participants were taken through a constant process prior to carrying out the interview, in which time they were really assured that this was really not anything to do with punishing them or retribution, but warning treatment, and were reassured that what was going to be discussed was between, and no one really know beyond that the meeting that gave you. No one would really know what this particular participant gave. So, I mean, there's no way we can really be sure 100% that the reasons the caregivers gave were the accurate ones or the right ones, why they abandoned treatment. But I mean, that's the best we can do because this was just self-reported. As our title suggests, that this was just what they said was their reasons, and it actually rhymes well with what has been described in other places.
Prof, did you consider the test-retest method?
Say that again, please, sir.
Did you consider the test-retest method of reliability checking?
No, we didn't do that because it was just going to be very difficult since we had to drive all the way to their homes. And so retesting them would have been extremely expensive for us.
Okay, thank you so much. Probably that is one of the study limitations that you need to put forward as you might publish your paper. Thank you so much. If there are no further questions, let's proceed to the next presenter.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sipola, for taking us through these first three presentations. I know time is running fast. We'll invite our fourth presenter, who is Prof. Ivanga. Prof, please share your screen and take us through your presentation. 10 minutes, and we'll hopefully use another 3 to 5 minutes to take on 1 or 2 questions. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I am presenting prevalence and correlates of carotid plaque in a mixed HIV serostatus cohort in Uganda. So what we've known is sub-Saharan Africa is 70%, has 70% of the global HIV burden. But apparently in this area, there's limited data on the epidemiology of cardiovascular disease amongst people infected with HIV. And yet what we have seen from the global north, there's an increase in cardiovascular disease amongst this population. And one of the manifestations of cardiovascular disease is atherosclerosis, which primarily affects the blood vessels. So as seen from the global north, there's been an increased risk of developing atherosclerosis. And one of the ways it can be measured subclinically is by looking at carotid plaque, which can be used to assess the condition on ultrasound imaging. So the methods of this study, we were a cross-sectional analysis that was nested within the Ugandan non-communicable diseases and aging cohort study. This was a 5-year study that ran from 2013 to 2018. And it consisted of HIV infected from the immune suppression syndrome clinic who were 40 years or more and had been on antiretroviral therapy for at least 3 years. And then the negative arm were age and sex matched controls from Nyakabari parish. So the data we collected, we extracted data from the Uganda database. This included the social demographics, the HIV serostatus, the diets, physical activity, smoking history, anthropometric measurements, and lipid profile along with other blood tests. We did analysis on the sonographic images and we used a semi-automated software called SonoCalc, which is a verified tool in looking at the walls of these blood vessels. And then our outcome of interest was presence of carotid plaque, which we defined as a focal thickness of 1.5 millimeters or more, protruding into the arterial lumen from the media adventitia interface to the intima lumen interface of the common carotid artery. So this is a diagrammatic representation from the Mannheim consensus on defining carotid plaque. So as you look at these images, there are different levels at which carotid plaque can exist, but our primary interest was in the common carotid artery. So our focus was on area 4 or the one below on the far wall. We excluded the bifurcation and the external carotid artery or the internal carotid artery. Our main focus was on the common carotid artery. So for our analysis, we used descriptive statistics for baseline characteristics and stratified this by HIV status. Then we did multivariate logistic models to determine the correlates of carotid plaque. We graphically then depicted the prevalence of carotid plaque and stratified it by HIV status and age categories of 40 to 49, 50 to 59, and 60 or more years. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. So in our baseline characteristics, based on the study population that we used, HIV infected and their age and sex matched comparators, we found that they were basically similar with regards to age and sex distribution. Most of the HIV infected were virologically suppressed, and the CD4 count at baseline was 433 as a median. And most of the HIV infected were on a nevirapine-based regimen. This graph depicts the plaque prevalence by age and serostatus. Now, overall, we found that the proportion of plaque was highest amongst the HIV infected. And this was true for across all age categories, most especially seen in those who were 60 or more years. And then in our multivariable regression model, we found that HIV was significantly associated with presence of carotid plaque. But then we also found that another traditional risk factor, smoking, was also significantly associated. Physical activity, we found that moderate and vigorous physical activity were associated with a decreased odds of getting carotid plaque, but unfortunately, this was not significantly statistically significant. I apologize. So we concluded from this that carotid plaque is more prevalent amongst people living with HIV as compared with their age and sex matched HIV and uninfected comparators. And then also smoking is associated with an increased odds of plaque in this population. We recommend that carotid plaque screening amongst the HIV positive be carried out, especially those who are 40 or more years and above. And this can be done with ultrasound imaging, which is portable, it is affordable, and it provides non-ionizing radiation to the patients. And then Because of our limitations, this was a cross-sectional analysis in Nature, and so we're limited by whether there was a follow-up and how to monitor progression of this carotid plaque. We would recommend that a prospective study with a longer time period of follow-up be done to fully understand the association between HIV infection, the traditional risk factors, and cardiovascular disease. Thank you.
So thank you, Crossy, for keeping within time. We're going to take on questions from the online audience and also the team present here physically in this room. Any questions? Yes, Professor Jerome.
Thank you, Professor, for the presentation. Any explanation about that increase in carotid plaque in HIV positive patients?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, we have seen the results which indicate that there is increase in the carotid plate.
Yes.
Can you give us some possible causes for that?
Okay, so there's a lot of debate on the mechanism of how HIV ends up affecting, because one, you have the fact that HIV provokes an intense inflammatory response amongst these people. And one of the ways the body ends up responding is that plaque gets deposited within the vascular walls. Plaque and atherosclerosis is a chronic inflammatory disorder. So there's been studies that have analyzed like increased inflammatory markers amongst the HIV positive, regardless of whether they are virologically suppressed. They're still under a high inflammatory, I would say, phase. The second thing is that with the advent of antiretroviral therapy, we now have PI-based regimens, and there's been an increased association of dyslipidemias with certain PI-based regimens. So with HIV patients now taking these drugs are prone to causing this abnormal fat deposition in the blood vessels, hence why there's an increased prevalence and incidence of carotid plaque amongst these patients or participants. But those are theories that have been suggested, and the full mechanism isn't fully understood. Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Chair. Mine is about the recommendation of screening, which I think is well taken. And you said it is increasingly available, but you didn't say much about intervention after the screening is positive. What are the options available?
So main options available, it would all depend on the outcome. For instance, plaque can be asymptomatic. So if it's asymptomatic, then lifestyle changes can be implemented. So for instance, studies have shown that traditional risk factors of cardiovascular disease, are they themselves increased amongst HIV positive patients? For instance, one of the traditional risk factors is high blood pressure. So when you find carotid plaque within these patients, you can recommend lifestyle changes amongst them to enable them to take on healthy lifestyles. As we saw in our previous, in the multivariable model, we saw that there was, even though it wasn't statistically significant, vigorous and moderate physical activity were associated with reduced odds of carotid plaque. So if these study participants could then take on, let's say, exercising, reduce fat-rich foods, reduce alcohol intake, reduce smoking, then they could have a chance of not progress to symptomatic cardiovascular disease. So the first one would be, if this person has plaque, how do you prevent it from progressing to symptomatic disease? Because the symptomatic manifestations are ischemic heart disease, ischemic stroke, and peripheral artery disease. By the time they get to those stages, the management is completely different. So the earliest intervention and the primary intervention would be lifestyle changes at that point. I hope that covers it.
Just a little follow-up. In your study, you did not show causation of those. You just found a correlation. Are you certain, at least from this study or elsewhere, that how much lifestyle changes one need to? The reason I'm asking this is if you go into mass screening for this, you're going to leave a lot of anxiety in the community for those that are diagnosed for an intervention that might not be known to be effective. Don't you think you'll be causing mental health on top of the plate?
Okay, that would be something. That's why I said to back up these results, you need a prospective study that would take, because this is cross-sectional in nature, you'd need a longitudinal analysis to back up these results. And one thing science loves is results that are confirming your findings. So if you could back this up with a longitudinal analysis that then confirms this, because even when you go and look at the, excuse me, even when you look at the results of HIV patients who are taking antiretroviral therapy and they're virologically suppressed, their inflammatory markers are high. So this is some of the things that could be addressed and probably even included in the counseling sessions as part of the social support for the HIV patients. Because once HIV patients know they're at risk of developing different conditions, it should be part of the counseling process.
Okay.
I hope that explains it.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Your rationale for the longitudinal study is valid. So we have two very brief questions. Elena. Then.
Right. Thank you, Prosi, for your presentation. So you talked a bit about the issue of physical activity not showing statistical significance, but I started to wonder about how physical activity was measured. I don't know if you can tell us the extent of sedentary lifestyle in our setting, how it relates with the global north. But I think how you approach the measurement of physical activity in our setting can also have implications on whether you find differences or not. Could you please tell us a little bit more? What is sufficient physical activity?
Could you please repeat the question? I didn't catch it properly.
Okay, so I wanted to understand a bit how you measured physical activity and how you came to classify a participant as having sufficient physical activity or not sufficient.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much. So physical activity was taken as an average of the different behaviors that the study participants reported. So how much time they spent in the garden, or how far they had to walk daily from, let's say, their homes to the garden and to other areas. And that was then further extrapolated into the WHO definition of adequate physical activity.
Okay.
So it was determined by their daily habits and their daily lifestyles, and then averaged to give us that measure of defining the physical activity.
Okay, thank you.
Prosi, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You reported that actually moderate and rigorous intensive physical activities, the lower the risk of heart disease. But according to the statistics given us, there is no relationship. There's no association between the physical activity and the carotid plate. Do you see your statistics?
I beg your pardon?
There is no association between physical activity and the risk of carotid plate. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with. Yes, I agree with you.
I think you have reported wrong results.
No, so what I have reported, thank you very much. What I reported was the odds as seen from the multivariate regression model. The odds were reduced with moderate and vigorous physical activity, but this was not statistically significant. However, in my conclusion, I reported that smoking and HIV infection were the ones that were associated with carotid plaque, not physical activity. Our data on physical activity was contradicted by other studies that have shown physical activity is associated with reduced odds. So from my data, I reported that even though the reduced odds were there, they were still not statistically significant.
Okay, thank you, Prosi. The last question will come from why did you exclude the internal and external carotid arteries and just concentrated on the former?
Okay, so in this case, we excluded the internal and external carotid arteries because, first of all, for anatomical reasons. In some study participants, when you are scanning them, the vessels go deeper. It's just due to anatomy. But if you had a much more advanced imaging modality, for instance, contrasted CT scanning, you could then go ahead and fully assess the internal and the external. So this was a limitation of ultrasound imaging. Though it was the easiest and most available for us, there were still limitations. For instance, the participant's body. So some participants had an internal carotid artery that you couldn't easily view, and it went deeper within the tissues.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully you'll capture that as one of the limitations. Thank you, Prosi. Let's move on to the next presenter, who is Mutume. Mutume, please share your slides with the team and you proceed to present. So we seem to be missing out on Mutume. Let's go to the next one. Okay, please go ahead. Bibbs, 10 minutes. Mutume, can you put your slides in the slideshow mode? If there, please let's hear your voice. Bibbs?
Is he unmuted?
Okay, last call, Bibbs.
Oh. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yeah, you're welcome. Please go ahead. You have just 10 minutes to do your presentation, and we ask you a few questions.
Okay. Good afternoon, all participants. I'm Dr. Bives Tume, student KIU Teaching Hospital, Psychiatry Department. I'm going to present my topic according to the title, which is related to affective and psychotic disorder in Weyerton setting in the eastern part of DRC. It's a cross-sectional study, and those are the name of the authors. And this is the outline I'm going to follow. So, majorly, a traumatic event is well known as an important risk factor for developing a wide range of mental illness, which are commonly severe. And among those mental illness, affective and psychotic disorder will be are included. And the study have shown that affective disorder and psychotic disorder had a high rate prevalence in war-torn area compared to those studies being conducted in non-affected region by war and also less socio-political settings. So the overall prevalence of affective and psychotic disorder in over the world it vary from 1 to 3% in the general population. And the other study showed that schizophrenia and bipolar affective disorder are major contributor to the overall global burden of mental illness, including it will affect the comorbidity, it will affect the quality of life. And a study shown recently that between 12.7 to 47.6 of adults in war-torn settings, they present both schizophrenia and bipolar affective disorder. So in DRC, in 2014, 6 to 31% of individuals with mental illness were diagnosed with psychotic illness, compared to 13 to 23% of mental patients who have been diagnosed with affective disorder. However, there is positive of information related to the prevalence of mental illness, specifically affective disorder and psychotic disorder among people living in a war-torn area in the eastern part of Democratic Republic of Congo. So the objective of our study were to determine the prevalence of affective and psychotic disorder among those adults who attend mental health clinic in war-torn eastern part of DRC, specifically in Butembo, North Kivu. And the second objective, it was to determine the factors associated with mental illness, for in our case, affective and psychotic disorder, among those people who attend two mental health clinic in the war-torn setting in DRC. And to conduct our study, we use quantitative descriptive study, which involve adult patients attending the Sepima and Mental and Muisa to mental health clinic in the north, in the east part DRC. And that's we conduct that study from the 1st December 31, 2018. We include in that study the participant must be clinically classified to have either bipolar, either psychotic disorder, and he must have a positive history of experiencing the traumatic period to our study, and he does not meet the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, which are usually common. And whenever traumatic disorder is the first one to come in the mind is PTSD. However, for us, we exclude when you fulfill criteria or one of those 4 criteria of PTSD, you will be excluded in that study. As we said, our participants are adults, so they are aged from 18 years old and above. And that, to conduct that study, we use a multi-component questionnaire. We include the socio-demographic questionnaire, the mini international neuropsychiatric interview, and also the diagnosis of affective and psychotic was related to the DSM criteria, which is the tool which will help us to say this one is bipolar or this one is psychotic problem. And we analyze using descriptive, statistic, and logistic regression model. So what are the main findings of that study? We realized that for 1,119 patients who attend those two mental health clinics, 344 patients they had either bipolar disorder or psychotic disorder. Among those 344, 66% also 33.5 meet the diagnostic criteria for psychotic problem. Using our regression model, we realized that the gender, it was the gender and the educational level attained and the onset of the illness were significantly associated with the occurrence affective disorder and also psychotic disorder. What were the traumatic events reported correlation with the occurrence of affective and psychotic? Our study found that sexual abuse and physical abuse were significantly associated with affective and psychotic problem. And sudden death of a relative during which was a trigger, or a being kidnapping with a participant developing affective disorder. However, childhood trauma was one of those factors which were associated with occurrence of psychotic problem among our participants. So, as we say, affective disorder occur more commonly than psychotic disorder among mental patients which attend to mental health clinic located in Washington in the eastern part of Democratic Republic of Congo. And our study found that the onset of the illness after being exposed to the traumatic event were ranged from 7 months to 5 years after being exposed to the traumatic event. And we said gender, educational level, and onset were significantly associated with affective disorder and also psychotic disorder. Physical and sexual were the commonest of both two conditions, and sudden death and big kidnapping, it was a risk factor for developing affective. In childhood, it was one to develop psychotic problem. In conclusion, we realized that 30% of mental patients in a war-torn setting in the Democratic Republic of Congo meet the diagnosis of affective and psychotic problem. And that the factor being exposed to traumatic events was associated with both affective disorder than psychotic disorder. So for our recommendation, we did a cross-sectional study. We thought that prospective longitudinal studies are needed in the aftermath of traumatic event in Washington, and a community mental health program useful for early detection and effective and implemented. As we saw, we find most of those people will develop affective and psychotic when the period which range from 7 months to 5 years. I acknowledge the co-authors, among them there is both Professor and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tume. We are going to take some few questions and we'll be able to respond. So both online and the physical audience here. Any question online? Okay. Okay, so Dr. Bives, you mentioned longitudinal studies. That's a very generous statement. What is exactly that you want to do to better understand the topic that you started on?
Okay, thank you for your question. As we said, our study was a cross-sectional study, and that one will not help us to put a clear and to be sure that there is a close relationship. It will be better for us to do prospective study. And most of prospective studies being conducted to date, we focus to the post-traumatic stress disorder. And now, for us, as we found that from 7 months to 5 years, there are people where they develop the affective and psychotic problem. So it will be better, so I will recommend for research to try now to make a prospective study to follow those people who have been involved in traumatic event, to try to see if there is no any potential co-founder which may be affected, either it may be psychosocial one, it is genetics, and those one will try to say traumatic event after doing how longitudinal study has a close, it may be either a relationship with the affective disorder and psychotic disorder.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Yes, this is Motome.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to see how I can categorize sexual abuse separately from physical torture, and it is not easy for me. I'm wondering how sexual abuse can occur without being categorized as physical torture or touching someone. Can you tell me how we clearly categorize these two variables?
Yeah. Thank you. To categorize the physical and sexual abuse. And there are cases in which sexual abuse will be conducted by physical, by touching. That is one setting. And another one, it may be an oral. That will be conducted, and also it will not be a physical as you are aggressed. It will be an aggression that you do, not because you touch. And also another one for the physical. It may be he was being beaten and he has injury. That one is it will be a physical. And the questionnaire we use, categorize those two according to the question. Is any physical, like, let me take a case of genital mutilation. That one, it will be both physical and sexual. However, physical injury or as oral aggression is not, it will not be linked to both physical and sexual abuse. I don't think I try to respond.
So why don't you have a variable combining the two? Physical and sexual.
Yes, the one on the questionnaire we use, and also variable we try. We didn't think about to combine those two. I think the next one, the next start we will do, we can combine on both of them, physical and sexual, to see how either both of them contribute either one or each of those variables.
But you can generate that variable during analysis.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you will take that as a point of improvement as pertains your work. Two last questions and comments, and then we are done with vibes.
Mine is a short one, Chair. These tools that you're using to measure these outcomes, do you have them retested or validated to see what their ability is in Congo or in your environment?
Yeah, the mini and the tools we use those one was being validated, and although they didn't be used among Congolese, but they've been used in Uganda and Kenya and Ethiopia. It's why we found with the reliability of those tools, and it's why we use them when conducting our study in Congo.
Okay. You may have to discuss
to always check, because sometimes your context might have, like Professor just said, a combination of risks which were not meant to be used for those tools, but they did envisage overlapping risks that you're trying to do.
Thank you very much. Because our time is fast spent, I will request that you look at the tables together with the team. Outside this presentation, Yeah. Otherwise, if we had time, we would have gone a little deeper. A couple of missing comparative groups. So thank you, Miles. Let's have our next presenter who is physically available here. And then Akira. Welcome. Miles, you can stop sharing your screen. We wish you the very best in your further studies. So then I have 10 minutes. Take us through your work.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Elena Tuyachira, and I'm representing a team from Healthy Child Uganda and the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Institute at MAST. The topic of our presentation is young people's perspectives on access to sexual and reproductive health services in rural southwestern Uganda. So the introduction, quality services, including sexual and reproductive health services, are key to young people's health. And as you know, young people have the right to health as much as the older adults. So quality services mean that there is a pleasant provider and client experience, that the supplies are available, that the drugs are available, among other quality indicators. We conducted a study that was aimed at understanding the barriers and enablers to accessing sexual and reproductive health by young people in rural southwestern Uganda in order to inform project planning and implementation of an intervention. This intervention we have named it HEY, which stands for Healthy Adolescents and Young People. We conducted a qualitative study in Bushenyi and Rubirizi districts, which we have collaborated with for more than 10 years. The study was done in September 2020, so soon after they had eased the COVID lockdown. We did 14 focus group discussions. We did 3 key informant interviews, and our participants included community health workers, young people of 10 to 24 years, parents, community leaders, health workers, and district health officers. Community health workers in Uganda, we commonly call them VHTs. So we obtained ethics before going to the community, and during being a COVID period, we ensured that we followed all the national guidelines for COVID prevention, including social distancing during the focus group discussions. When we collected the data, we analyzed it thematically. More specifically, we did mostly open coding, but with room also to include codes for what we had already identified from the literature during the planning of this study. So what did we find? We have grouped our results into 3 parts. One is young people's perspectives on health workers, young people's perspectives on health facilities, and young people's needs. So young people's perspectives on health workers. We found that young people lack trust in health workers and other health facility staff to keep their identity and use of sexual and reproductive health services confidential, especially from their parents. They were concerned that their parents may get to know, because health workers in some ways may interact with their parents, but also more specifically, we found scenarios where young people reported that sometimes health workers ask them to first bring their parents before they can be given the results of laboratory tests. And also, young people reported that health workers were judgmental and sometimes unfriendly during provision of sexual and reproductive health services. And this is exemplified in this quote where a young male says that most female health workers are rude to young boys who are seeking services, and it is not the same way a male health worker would treat you. So they found that there was differentials in the way they were being treated. So again, in addition, that it was common that health workers were using shame and blame language without considering the individual young person's experience, the reason that they are seeking sexual and reproductive health services. For example, we see this young female who says that health workers say things like, when did you engage in sexual intercourse at a young age? Didn't you know the consequences? And the young male who also exemplified this issue of shame and blame, where he says regarding to sex, that health workers, they look at it as in the perspective of a parent and say that that could be my daughter you are spoiling. So they put in their feelings. In other words, the health workers were in many ways conflicted, sometimes in the way that they were treating young people. So that they tended to inflict their own personal opinions regarding some services like family planning and post-abortion care. And as you see, one of the young females here in an FGD says, it's not usual to come here at a public health facility because when you come, health workers ask you if you have children or a family that you're planning for. So, you know, that kind of behavior of health workers tended to push away the adolescents from seeking services at public health facilities. On one hand, they are health workers who are supposed to provide services, but also on the other hand, they are parents, and it seems that those two roles tended to conflict when they were serving young people. Perspectives of young people on health facilities. We found that the young people reported that there was a lack of privacy at public health facilities, which affected confidentiality, that young people often had to go in the same line, in the same rooms, that the old people are going to, and sometimes that the room is probably is open, but also importantly that in that same space, there are people from the same community, and that can compromise the privacy for the young person. As you can see, that sometimes the quote that sometimes young people fear going to government health facilities because they do not want to meet people they know, like their neighbors, and those people who may end up finding out about their own issues because of the lack of privacy at such facilities. So generally, public health facilities, and more specifically government health facilities, they were viewed as a last resort for seeking sexual and reproductive health services, and instead private clinics were preferred. However, we also found that there were some issues with private clinics, of course, because in private clinics, young people have to pay. And so, as we see in this quote by a young male, that the youth usually run to clinics because they know that there is privacy there, so that they only go to government health facilities when they are worse or when they do not have money. Yeah? So that this tendency to prefer private the private clinics, that it can pose risks for young people in that sometimes their condition can end up getting worse if they are not getting sufficient services from that some of those private clinics. And of course, we see the gap that private clinics will require money, which sometimes young people will not have, especially as we know during this COVID period that there have been a lot of changes in the dynamic in which young people can obtain some funds. So what are the needs of young people? Young people need respectful and non-judgmental communication. They need privacy and confidentiality when they seek sexual and reproductive health services from health workers and from health facilities in general. Young people, they need consistent services that are targeted towards them. And as you can see, they are telling us from their own voices that they are seeking of sexual and reproductive health services, it should be kept secret. And this young female says, I think if medicine is always available at health facilities and health workers treat us well, access to services will be easy. And again, from a young male who suggests, why not set aside a separate section for you? It will be easy compared to joining the general line, and when it is your turn to meet a health worker who is already stressed, and instead she or he will start judging you upon the mistakes that you have made. So really emphasizing the fact that they need to have the privacy, but also they need to be treated respectfully. So what are the implications for programming? We note that, given our findings, there is need for continuous professional development of all health workers in dignified and respectful care. And also, we note that we need to have services that are consistently available at health facilities, and supplies, drugs, and supplies that are consistently available at health facilities, so that when these young people, the adolescents, when they come to the health facility, they obtain the service that they need. And when they go to the community, they have a successful story to share so that it can encourage other young people to come to those facilities. Also, in addition, and given our context, that we need to foster health facility innovativeness to improve sexual and reproductive health access for young people. And this can include providing incentives for health workers to be innovative in ways in which they can serve young people such that they offer them the services with, that ensuring confidentiality so that the young people are more confident to go to such facilities for care. So in conclusion, the health system must recognize that young people have unique sexual and reproductive health needs, and that it is their right to seek care. Young people need sexual and reproductive health services to be provided consistently in a dignified manner and to ensure privacy and confidentiality. Health facilities and the staff, they must prioritize the needs of young people and create a welcoming environment to increase and improve sexual and reproductive health service access and outcomes for our young generation. Acknowledgements. So we acknowledge the districts, the district leaders especially, where we have collected this data and who have collaborated with us for a number of years, where the HEY project will be implemented. That is Bushenyi and Rubirizi districts. We also acknowledge the Healthy Child Uganda team and the MASK team who participated in collection of data and who will be spearheading the implementation of HEY. We acknowledge the University of Calgary, who is our main collaborator. And this HEY project, the Healthy Adolescents and Young People's implementation, it is undertaken with financial support from the government of Canada. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elena. Thank you. Yeah, for the great presentation. We'll have just 2 questions or comments, and then we move on to the last presenter. Any question online or comment? Any question?
Thank you, Bruna. I have about 2 things or 3 that require clarification. Now, I was looking at the abstract, and I noted that
Page 22.
20.
Abstract on page 27.
27. Okay, so that the consistent access to comprehensive and quality sexual reproductive health and rights services for young people is key. So my question is that what does this package contain? So that we get to know more. The package of comprehensive and quality sexual reproductive health and rights services.
So for sexual and reproductive health services, and particularly the aspect that will be addressed by the Healthy Adolescents and Young People's Project. One, it is addressing issues of sexually transmitted infections among young people, both the preventative and the therapeutic part, but also the post-abortion care, which includes that health workers are trained, that every health facility that is mandated to provide post-abortion care services, for example, that there are health workers who are trained to provide that service, and that the resources that are needed to provide the service are available. And also, relatedly, there is the aspect of gender-based violence, that the health workers at facilities are trained to handle cases of gender-based violence. So we learned, of course, that gender-based violence, there are other people in the wider health service and other sectors like the police who are involved, but to be able to streamline those services and be sure that health workers are ready to provide services to young people. And relatedly is the issue of communication, as we have seen that the judgmental attitudes of health workers is a big issue. So the issue of communication, respectful communication with the health workers is also very important in that package.
Okay. Now, a follow-up question. In relation to the last statement, I noted that young people perceive the health workers as judgmental. Is that true?
That's what our findings show.
So was there any truth in the judgment? Or what is the problem with the judgment?
So from what the participants told us, what is the problem with judgment? So for example, so the judgment is that the health worker is perceiving that what the young person is doing is wrong, right? That if you're coming to seek condoms, it means that you're going to have sex, and sex is wrong. If you are coming for STI, sexually transmitted infection treatment, you have had sex, and that is wrong. Maybe you have had sex with my daughter, right? So conflicting roles of health workers. That I'm a health worker who is supposed to provide services, but I'm also a human being, a parent on the other party, a member of the community that has both values, yeah? Which those values restrict the age at which a young person is supposed to have sex that exposes young people to those conditions like infections.
No, but I'm failing to understand. I mean, if you are the younger person is coming condom, and my judgment is you are going to have sex. Is that wrong?
So what we learned is that how you judge me, if I perceive it to be unfriendly, yeah, that it can make me think that I shouldn't come again to you for care, because you are what do you say? Yeah, yeah, because you are perceiving that perception. So the judgment, the issue of judgment, you're not treat, when you judge me, you don't treat me with respect. That's the other thing.
No, I'm giving you, but I know you are going to have sex, and it is true you are going to have sex. So what is the problem of my judgment?
So the problem with your judgment is how it is going to impact my perception about the services that you're offering me. That next time I might choose not to come, because I don't think that there are many people who want to be treated poorly.
What I get is I give you, but I don't say you are going to do this. Yeah, you mean you do your work. Hey, I just do my work. You go and do your things. I'm here somewhere.
Right.
I mean, the client may be planning to sell them. Okay. Yeah. Issues of judgment and perceptions are quite difficult to completely discuss.
Yeah.
Let's have one last question from Dr. Sikola, and then we move on.
My question is about consenting issues, the fact that you're dealing with young people in the community setting. So I'm wondering how you handle consenting versus assenting issues in this area.
So we did, every participant was provided, those who are 18 and above, they provided consent. Those who are younger, they 10 to 17, we sought permission from their parents, but also we sought assent from the young people. Yeah. So the young people, we explained to them about the study, what we were looking for, that we wanted them to participate in the focus group discussions, and then we asked them to express their agreement to participate in the study by signing on a form. Now, how we mobilized in the community setting is that we were working with the VHTs in those communities, yeah, who helped us to identify eligible adolescents, and also to therefore identify their mothers, so the households where these adolescents came from, so that we could be able to seek permission from their parents. And so parents also signed consent.
Just wondering, did the parents readily give you their consent, that you just take their young adolescents into these discussions?
Interestingly, the parents readily gave us consent, I think, because what we found in the community was that sexual and reproductive health for young adolescents, the community perceived that it is a topic that had been neglected in some way. So they were happy to have people who were coming actually to possibly help them address this issue. So we did have issues with parents, really.
Okay. One minute, and then
now that parents were involved, I'm wondering whether you went back to give the results to parents about what the younger people were saying.
So in terms of sharing the results, So far, we have shared results with the district leadership of Busheni and Rilisi. And in the near future, we are hoping to share results at the community level as we also do mobilization and engagement for the intervention.
That's very important. Thank you very much, Elena. We can take a seat. Thank you for sharing your findings with us and everyone else. We have our last presenter. That's Elizabeth Temgisha. Are you on, Elizabeth?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. Yes. Please go ahead, 10 minutes, share your screen with us, and take us through your work.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. I'm trying to make a full screen share. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. This is work that is a partnership between Health Child Uganda and University of Calgary. And it's also in the same project that has just been presented, which we are calling HEY, Healthy Adolescents and Young People. So I'm grateful for being given an opportunity to present at this conference. I'm Elizabeth Kemgisha, a pediatrician and also a lecturer in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. So I'm presenting a qualitative inquiry that revealed dramatic effects of COVID-19 public health measures and mass reverse migration on adolescent sexual and reproductive health in rural Uganda. I'll explain these concepts as I present. So a brief background, Uganda implemented and has been credited for strict lockdown measures to quickly contain the COVID-19 disease spread. I think we are one of the best performing countries in Africa. That's what I've heard. But it also presented us with unprecedented reverse mass migration from the urban setting to the rural area, especially for the youth. At the beginning of lockdown, there were school closures, and so most of the youth were in boarding schools, had to go back to their villages. And also those who were in day schools in the villages, they were more seen in the village community than their schools, which were containing the activities. So this is the reverse migration. Usually there is a rural-urban migration, but now the migration was to the rural areas other than urban. So young people in Uganda, that is 10 to 24 years, currently comprise more than 1/3 of the national population. And prior to COVID, even now, Ugandan adolescents face challenges in accessing sexual and reproductive health services. And these were the gaps noted. 20% of women report being sexually active prior to the age of 15 years. Nearly a quarter of the girls between 15 to 19 years are pregnant or with their first child before age 20. Then adolescent women in Uganda, they are disproportionately experience delivery and neonatal health conditions, including maternal health, risky abortions, and sexually transmitted disease. Actually, the prevalence of HIV is 4 times among girls than boys of the same age, between 15 and 19. And adolescent pregnancies contribute 17% of overall maternal mortality. So objective was to understand the experiences and impact of COVID-19 lockdown and other public health measures on SRH service and care seeking and behaviors in 2 districts in southwestern Uganda, that's Bushenyi and Rubirizi. So this is a sub-study within the larger for a comprehensive adolescent health initiative in Bushenyi and Rubirizi district in southwestern Uganda that has been described earlier. So we conducted a qualitative study involving focus group discussions and key informant interviews using semi-structured guide. Purposive sampling was used to select young people from ages of 18 to 24 years, their parents, community health workers, and district health officers. Approval was obtained and COVID prevention guidelines were strictly followed. Sessions were recorded, transcribed, and translated into English. Deductive thematic analysis was conducted, and themes emerged were extracted relating to sexual behaviors, access to SRH services, and perceived health outcomes. So in total, 17 FGDs and key informant interviews were conducted among 94 participants. That is 55 males, and sorry for the typo, it's 39 were males and 55 were female. So the themes that emerged, we had dramatic migration to rural communities, which resulted in increased demand on rural health facilities with overconsumption of SRH commodities. And adolescents in this area expressed fears about loss of anonymity. There was a question as I was coming in about, so what about the attitude? The attitude of health workers bars adolescents from seeking health services. So adolescents, when they are in the urban setting where no one knows them, they feel the freedom to freely seek SRH services, including buying condoms or testing for STIs. But when they're in the rural community where most of these health workers may be known to their parents or important relatives, they fear that to seek this service. So they lost anonymity when they were transferred back to the village setting where they could not easily access any service. And in fact, some of them alluded to the fact that if they were to seek a service like an abortion, they had to go either to a clinic, a private clinic, even in another town, not necessarily their village setting. So also at the beginning of the lockdown, before the government distributed the masks, there was a limitation in access of SRH service among adolescents because they did not have the money to buy the masks. So they would be chased away from the health center because they didn't have masks. Also, the issue of public transportation affected adolescents most because they could not access SRH services. And also there were implications on sexual and gender-based violence, where there was reported new increase in abuse, particularly for young girls. This was attributed to COVID-19 family setting, stress, and close living quarters, and occurred both in adolescents living with biological families and those who had been married off earlier. Because the adolescents we had, some were already married, while others were still living with their parents. So there was a reported increase of abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and emotional abuse. In fact, we had experience where some reported that they would be married for only 2 weeks, and then their partners would tell them to return to their home. So the short-lived promises of marriage were also experienced alongside with the consequences of early sexual activity, including pregnancies. The situation of school closures and loss of jobs in the urban area created a situation of idleness, combined with returning increased adolescent population in villages. This idleness also contributed to increased sexual activity. Overall, the participant groups expressed concern on the status, SRH status of adolescents with lockdown. Within this age group of adolescents, participants felt their pandemic had led to riskier sexual behaviors and changes in health seeking. Importantly, health outcome changes were already reported just 5 months into the epidemic. So I think it was all over the news. It's not a unique experience in Rubirizi and Bushenyi, with increased rates of STIs and teenage pregnancies and also abortions. So while a stringent lockdown and measures have been necessary for successful containment of COVID-19 in Uganda, a low resource setting, there is a frightening burden of unintended consequences of the pandemic for adolescents, particularly related to their sexual and reproductive health. This unprecedented reverse migration of young people from cities and places of work or school back to the rural community put an unusual, unpredicted stressors on health facilities, families, and youth themselves. The added burden of many unemployed and unstimulated youth living in crowded quarters with financial burdens and emotional stressors added to this unusual social setting. So it's a multiple of factors that contributed to the increased exposure to sexual risks and the poor outcomes. So this study reinforces the importance of the HEY project and the work that is being designed to address the SRH of young people in these two districts and also contribute to solutions to this problem. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Interesting work. We're going to have just one question, and we bring this to a close. Okay, 1.5 questions. Let me start with Dr. Waswa in brief, 1 minute, and then lastly, Professor, in 1 minute.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's an insight on what is going on. Research allowed me to put down my mask so that you can be clear. Your study, does it say there's an increase in teenage and adolescent pregnancies?
Yes.
That would mean that there will be an increase in abortion because marriages are not properly consummated or construed. But we are not seeing in the hospital an increase in mothers who are young children who are coming in with abortion complications compared to mothers who are coming in for emergency obstetric cases, advanced pregnancies. We are seeing this because the lower health units are having problems with supplies. But we're seeing this in the younger girls whom we'd expect more abortions than carrying pregnancy, because you say after 1 or 2 months they are sent back to the marriages are ending. What is your view? What's your comment on this?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Waswa, for your question. And I want to say that I don't have a straight answer to your question. Whether there was increase, but the health workers reported increase in adolescents who are reporting with complications of pregnancy. But since Elena is also online, she can help respond to your question. I don't know why they didn't make referrals to Barara, where we could also report that increase. But indeed, what we are seeing in this study, it's as if the provision of health services for the young people has improved. But it's because the numbers are very high that even it's hard to interpret the statistics. There are good things happening, antenatal attendance, and also deliveries at health center, as well as complications. So it's hard to compare the data, especially experienced in 2020, because of the large numbers of youth that moved from the urban to rural area. But I can also extend that question to Elena to give us a better insight from the HMIS data that she has looked at in this study.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth. For purposes of time, we can have a lunch meal discussion over this. So, Dr. Waswa, Dr. Elena will be able to give you the view of the bigger team that is undertaking this study. Lastly, Professor Bakwa.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Now, I have two issues. Your recommendation is that community-based intervention to support access to information and the services for younger people are essential to curb escalating teenage pregnancy. But I don't see data supporting this recommendation. Question one, what percent of younger people got pregnant in the study area? And two, what percent of boys, maybe girls, get pregnant in that study area during that period? And maybe the third question is, how do you say younger people are turned away from the health service because they didn't have the masks? What happened to the government masks that were given to them?
Yeah, very precise questions. Elizabeth, please precisely respond to each of those, 30 seconds each.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Batwala, for your questions. This is a qualitative study, so I do not have the quantitative figures on the proportion of teenage pregnancy or the other question, which was also quantitative. Being turned away because of a mask, you know, the challenge with adolescents, this happened before distribution of government masks, and when adolescents are turned away, they lose interest in health facilities. So that's why we need to promote adolescent-friendly services. And one of the areas of addressing escalating teenage pregnancies and STIs among adolescents is community sensitization through provision of information and ensuring adolescent-friendly services at health centers. So your question on how does the study speak to the on provision of information, this is more to respond to the need of adolescents regarding the challenges they are facing right now. So these are perceptions from the community on what they have experienced during this lockdown. And we can have the quantitative measures that can also highlight this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. We want to thank our online participants for this parallel session, and also the team that is here present with us in the room. From myself and my co-chair, Dr. Shawa, Scholastic, I want to say thank you. It's lunchtime, and we've been told that we are resuming the other parallel sessions in the next 30 minutes. Now, Professor Bakwa, yeah, so the online participants, you can follow the events that will be played, but you can also have your lunch wherever you are.
Don't spoil the laptops.
It's at your own cost. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being attentive in this session. We hope you'll be back for the next sessions in the afternoon. Go for lunch, enjoy your lunch, and have a blessed afternoon.
Information.
26.2% of Uganda's population lives in rural areas. That creates high demand for equitable health care services.
As one of the lecturers in the Department of Community Health, I've been involved with the community-based medical education since 1992. When Mbarara University of Science and Technology started, one of the major components that was expected was that it would train doctors who are very responsive to our community challenges. And one of the components that was introduced in the curriculum was to expose the health professional or education students, and at that time medical students, to community-based medical education, where students spend some period in the communities trying to understand communities' problems and devising ways of overcoming them.
We annually send students to communities, about 54 sites. And annually we send these students to participate in health promotion activities. They also participate in offering services at facilities where they are, because these are health professional students.
This was during the time of Professor Kayanja as the founding Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, who spearheaded this program. At that time it was known as community-based education. After 2000, community-based education was expanded to include some element of research, and it changed the name to become COBAS, Community-Based Education, Research and Service. This initiative of COBAS has also been championed by the current Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestine Obua, who through his efforts we have been enabled to have the First Mile project, which is continuing the work and expanding the work of COBAS.
It came in to fill in the gap. And on this note, I can't forget to thank our leaders, the leadership of the program, who not only did they have the vision, the big vision, but they also made it, actualized it. And under their support, students have been going to these communities and further be supported with some funding to be able to implement their projects.
An extension of the community placement, which happens usually every year by Mbarara University of Science and Technology, for the trainees who are for the undergraduate trainees. So initially, they were coming for only 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. But when the First Mile program came in, the time of their stay in the community, that is because they are based here at Rubaya Health Center 4, the time was extended in the program, and that was very beneficial because the 4 weeks initially were not enough to finish their projects, what they are working on. So when the time was extended, they got enough time to actually do implementation, re-implementation and monitoring, because initially they were spending the 4 weeks in planning, and as they start to implement, then they have to go back. But now at least they have time to implement, and obviously if they implement, the community benefits, and if the community benefits, it means that the disease burden will reduce, and then finally us as a facility, we shall also benefit.
Our project from the start, it was to promote, to improve the proper hand washing and sanitation from 30% to about 80% by the time we're done with our placement. So we started by intensive health education. We had outreaches in the communities. We went to churches. We had community gatherings. We had education at the OPD. outpatient department of Bugayeri Center 3, and we also bought some few things to help set up easy hand washing facilities in the communities.
They have had amazing projects in the community. In Chivito Health Center 4, located in Runyangavu district, undergraduate students conducted a project on non-communicable diseases, diabetes and hypertension. You can't believe, but undergraduate students started a clinic of diabetes and hypertension in Chivito Health Center 4. It runs on every Thursday. From the little money that they got, they were able to buy the equipment for the clinic to start with. They bought blood pressure machines, they bought glucometers, they bought height meters, they bought glucose strips. This has provided a good start for this clinic, and the community is happy that they are able to access the care that they would otherwise travel miles to access.
This community-based education program has not only attracted our local students, but has also been opened up to international students. And we have had a number of universities participate in this, starting from Harvard University, where they send 2 of their students annually through MGH. We have also had universities from Rund in Sweden also sending their students. We have had Saskatchewan in Canada send their students. And of recent also the University of Michigan has also joined in sending their students. This has attracted an international platform where we're able to participate in global health and training and teaching.
Mbarara University of Science and Technology, one of the best and most prestigious universities in Africa, was blessed with a generous and supportive partner. And this is none other than the Center for Global Health at Massachusetts General Hospital in the United States of America.
When I was coming to Mbarara University as the Vice Chancellor, one of the things that I was told to do by the then Chancellor, Professor Peter Mujenyi, was to support community attachment program, which has made this university proud of the products that come from Mbarara University. The COBAS, the Community Outreach Program, that we conduct, placing undergraduate students into the community so that part of their learning takes place in the community. And to date, we have 4 main sub-programs in what is now being referred to as the First Mile project. These 4 main sub-programs include the support that we give to the nursing department in their outreach program called the Ubuntu Project, where they use primary school children in trying to reach to the community and educate the community in various health aspects. The second program is support to Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, where we are employing nurses for the hospital, including training the nurses in the hospital. The training component, which is actually the larger second component, is run by the Faculty of Medicine, headed by the Dean, Faculty of Medicine, which includes supporting, giving fellowships for people to train in the critical care nursing program. And then overall micro research money, which is given to all the faculty in the university to participate in research, small research projects, which I think is about $5,000 that are given for them to conduct micro research. The third component is the innovation component under CAMTech. This is very important for us as a university because it combines students and their mentors, lecturers, to carry out innovative research projects. The fourth and perhaps the largest component is the community outreach that is under the community, the community health program. The community outreach is support that we give to our partners who support us in the community placement when we send our students for the COBOS program. And I'm told now that this program has expanded by not only placing undergraduates into the community health facilities, but it now also includes the placement of postgraduate students, for them also to experience some component of community health training.
The approach used in Priority Area 1 essentially was a bidirectional approach, where we had health workers working out in primary care facilities in the community coming to MUST, and MUST going to the communities. Now, the various components under the Priority Area 1 consist of the following: a community health focused hackathon that was run in August of 2018, close to the launch of the program. This one essentially consisted of bringing together different stakeholders who are working within communities in developing innovative solutions to public health challenges. The second component under Priority Area 1 consists of supporting postgraduates to rotate within primary health care facilities in close to 16 districts in the southwestern region, a coverage of about 44 health facilities. The third component under Priority Area 1 was support to faculty to mentor healthcare providers within primary care facilities within the southwestern region. Another component that was very critical is one where research support was provided to both faculty and postgraduate students within MUST. We should remember that due to funding constraints, research funds are not really readily available for faculty and postgraduate students to undertake research. So this support was very timely during the whole period of the program. Another component consisted of supporting the first annual Community Health Conference. This conference actually brought together a number of stakeholders we work with, MUST works with, within the communities to disseminate the kind of work that we have been doing over the years.
The major goal of the program was to make MUST a teaching and training hub for community-based healthcare providers at low health centers in 19 districts of southwestern Uganda. This is just the first mile. Join me for a tour and see the great achievements the program has had on the different communities. You may end up donating yourself.
We focused on the community health program for simply two reasons. One, MUST has championed a community model of medical education for years, and this model has shown to be very good in two ways. One, increasing service delivery at the lowest level possible of care, and two, having good quality of care, making sure that the next generation of health workers are grounded in what is priority in the communities around them. Those components are very important to have a very excellent doctor, excellent nurse, excellent pharmacist, somebody who is attuned to reach or meet the needs of the patient of tomorrow.
With the first mile, we've been able to send our students to reactivate this program at postgraduate level. We sent our students to the two health facilities in particular, but as a mentor before that, we had to make visits to these health centers, identify the health challenges, and then have a pre-placement training for our students and just tell them what our expectations are. So we sent two of our graduate students to Liantonde And then we also sent one to Rukunyu Health Center. So while there, they spent there 2 weeks. They were able to interact with the community. They were able to appreciate the health challenges at different health facilities outside of a regional referral hospital. And they identified major issues like lack of oxygen, lack of proper monitoring of patients, a poor referral system, and that could help them to realize why some of the patients that we receive as referrals from these health facilities look like what they look like. Like if a patient comes in very sick, then you can understand that it's either a very poor referral, a late presentation of a patient, or really lack of basic stuff at the health facility where they've come from. So while there, the students were able to participate in getting involved in some of these, and they were able to try and help the local clinicians at those units. I'll give an example of Rukunyu. So Rukunyu is a very beautiful health facility with good infrastructure, equipment, but we found that their medical ward had an ECG machine and an ultrasound machine that were packed, brand new, but they were not being used. Why? One, they lacked the skilled human resource, so they have medical officers, but they couldn't really appreciate how to use this equipment. And luckily, one of our postgraduate students who was placed at Rukunyu has both, so he can ably perform an ECG and interpret it, and then he also has very good ultrasound skills. During his 2 weeks, he conducted quite a number of CMEs where he was able to impart the knowledge and the skills to these the healthcare workers in that facility. So he was able to have ECG sessions with the doctors and also ultrasound sessions with the doctors themselves, but also with the nurses. But because we realized that a follow-up visit, like, yes, we might teach them how to do ultrasound scans, but you can't really learn in 2 weeks. So we also were able to set up and give them our numbers and say, in case they have challenges, someone can do an ECG. They may not be confident to interpret it, but they should be able to send us an image, and very quickly we can send them an interpretation of that ECG. So personally, I was involved. We ran clinics there, we did the ECG training, and by the time we left, we were confident that at least these people were close to 85–90% confident to be able to use this equipment should the need arise.
I work as a consultant ophthalmologist at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We were privileged to collaborate with the First Mile project, and we provided mentorship opportunities for our residents to be placed in the rural communities and work at the primary health facilities in several parts of southwestern Uganda. Most of our residents come from different parts of Uganda, but also some have international experience. And this was a very good opportunity for them to interact with the community and see firsthand what the local problems were. At these primary health facilities, most of our residents were quite amazed at the challenge and the burden of eye care in the community, with several people not being able to access the care they needed. In this placement, we provided opportunity for our residents who then stayed for a few weeks at those primary health facilities. They were able to start several innovations to provide eye care to the people. For example, in several primary health facilities, we started, for the first time, we started eye clinics, which provided screening and treatment services for the rural people to access.
We mainly take our residents who are in second year to the community in various places in southwestern Uganda, We have taken them to Kabale, to Kasese in Bugoye, to Yantonde in Rengo, and Rushere Hospital, and a few other places, plus Rekubo in Isingiro. These are the places where we see lots of challenges in obstetric care and maternal child health. Those are places where access to quality maternal child health services are really very difficult. So our residents go there and spend a month. During this time, they go to these health facilities and take the expert obstetric health care closer to these communities in that 1 month. They do operations at the community. They help facilitate these health facilities. Some of them had never had a C-section in their lifetime. But when we took down these residents down there, those are our students, they help these health facilities start operating on the mothers who had complications or who needed cesarean sections, which had never happened before. So this has helped the community really reduce on the complications and the delays which they really have in order to access quality obstetric care. Not only do they do operations and also see patients, no, they also helped train the healthcare providers. Those are the midwives at those community health facilities in emergency obstetric care and other challenges in obstetrics and gynecology. So it has really helped the students and also helped the community.
It gave me a first-hand opportunities to see in real time what they go through in making decisions concerning obstetric emergencies. But it also gave me an opportunity to share a few of the experiences and work collaboratively with the teams at the other facilities to come up with a tool for pregnancy hypertension, because within the first week we are able to identify and do the community diagnosis, and noted that pregnancy hypertension was one of the obstetric emergencies that was causing maternal death and neonatal mortality at that unit. And we were able to come up with a tool quickly guide through a treatment to sort of a algorithm to guide the clinicians and nurses at the facility to be able to handle these mothers in time and then make referrals without any delays. So this program, in addition to giving me that rich experience, has been able to mentor me into conducting, being able to conduct out of referral care and learn what these rural or peripheral units go through on a day-to-day basis when they are providing care. But also the experiences gotten there, sort of as an individual, I now judgeless the providers at those units, knowing the critical challenges that they face to be able to provide emergency obstetric care to these mothers.
They pass on skills and knowledge to all of us, all the different categories. They conduct CMEs, we do see patients with them, we do operate patients with them.
A team of medical laboratory science postgraduate trainees that went to Kavianda left an amazing input. Patients would be referred to as far as Mbarara only to access blood transfusion. Some of them would not make it. But with the students' 2 weeks stay at Kavianda Health Center 4, they were able to start emergency blood transfusion at the facility. As we talk now, for more than 1.5 years, patients in Kavianda are able to access blood transfusion at the facility.
As the in charge of Hamgwai Center 4, I've benefited from the First Mile Health Community Health Program in a number of ways. Number one, I have benefited from several CMEs. For example, the one on leadership and one on ETAT, which is most recent. where we gained a number of skills in emergency triage, assessment and treatment of children, and this has definitely built my skills when it comes to management of children in this health facility. We were trained by a number of experts who were led by Dr. Kumba Elias, and that has been helpful to me, and I've used the same skills to train my health workers here who are also helping in treating children. So it has definitely been important. Number two, we were in a conference where we presented a number of papers. Personally, I was one of the people who had prepared a paper, and I presented on male involvement in maternal and child health programs. And I definitely listened to a number of other experts, other researchers, and that has definitely built my skills in the day-to-day running of my activities. So definitely this program has been important in my career, and just important to note that I started my bachelor's from Bara University of Science and Technology. I was there from 2009 to 2014, and in 2013 I was part of the students who were deployed under Cobas in Iran, and I benefited a lot, and this has helped me to serve in a community setting like this.
It brought us closer to Bara University of Science and Technology Teaching Hospital, whereby it has now become our referral point. We have been in touch with those students, and they taught us a lot of things here. They did some skin grafting, a lot of major surgeries here, because I had theater, had equipment, but didn't know what to do with them. So there's that connection which we have developed. We got the ophthalmologist. As you move around the compound, you even see they established a clinic. They did some community programs, the community outreaches. They trained our staff. We had the ophthalmology clinic officer who was actually employed here, but not working as an ophthalmologist. So we established a clinic. It is there working now. Yeah, he's having weekly clinics, which are actually running concurrently with the diabetic clinic. We got to lab students, and I think that one they also had some, because our lab has now improved. I think the quality improved after that, because there was a lot of mentorship. These people. Then of recent, when we got the ophthalmologist again, we started outreaches, and that's one of the biggest components we are missing up in our plan. Treating, but we're not having outreaches. So those ones started, yeah, and we have been having some radio talk shows concerning the same.
With this partnership, the First Mile Community Health Program was developed to support MUST's community engagement and mandate.
We receive these postgraduate students from MUST, especially from the Department of Obstetric and Gynecology. And when they are here, they teach us a lot. They give us CMEs, that is continuous medical education, and mentorships on job. For example, we had some time back Dr. Okello and Dr. Johnson Bahat. They taught us so many things. For example, doing manual vacuum aspiration. This is a procedure that we do to help mothers who got abortions in the first trimester before 8 weeks. It helps them in a way that they will not need to be referred to a higher facility. They will find the services near them, and it is comfortable in a way that it doesn't need a lot of skills. It doesn't need a highly skilled personnel to the extent that a midwife can do it. Secondly, they mentored us on doing cancer screening, and we can now comfortably carry out cancer screening to all women who deserve. Secondly, when these postgraduate students are here, for example, we had a surgeon, he was called Dr. Mhanji Bosco. The community enjoyed him so much in a way that he carried out so many minor surgeries, and many people didn't know that their cases could be diagnosable and manageable. So those that were, of course, managed at this level, they were managed. And those he couldn't handle because of the capacity of the facility, he referred them and they found care in higher facilities.
Working here as a medical officer has given me opportunity to interact with undergraduate and postgraduate students from Mbarara University of Science and Technology under the project of First Mile Community Health Program. I interacted with a number of them, especially those who I can remember very well, like Dr. Elijah Rutahaba, who came here as a student specialist in internal medicine, and also Dr. Mai Saba, who was a specialist for treating diseases in women and also in pregnancy. Then I also interacted with Dr. Geoffrey, who came in as a specialist for treating diseases of the eye, and Dr. Kamau, who came in and treated diseases that involve surgery or operation. As a medical officer, I have had a number of benefits on my own as a person. Like I've got opportunity to learn new things and also practice under the guidance of more qualified medical workers in the name of specialists. On the side of the patients, they have benefited a lot because formerly the conditions or diseases that we would not treat because it would require more skills than what we could offer. They had to be helped by the specialists who could treat them in a way more appropriate than we do. And not only that one, we were able to make referrals to the hospitals where they come from, that is Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital that acts as a teaching hospital for Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And we had a direct link so that when we would refer patients from here, we would call someone from there who would enable the patients to be attended to very well. Working with Dr. Kamau, who was a postgraduate student in surgery or someone who would operate people, has inspired me to also think of taking a path towards becoming a surgeon, and I look forward into one day joining the university again to do Master of Medicine in surgery.
Through this program, I learned many things, including managing normal labor, resuscitation of the newborn, antepartum hemorrhage, postpartum hemorrhage, management of hypertensive disorders during pregnancy and in labor, obstructed labor, to mention but a few. I'm going now to focus on resuscitation of the newborn, of which I got more knowledge and skills. Through this resuscitation of the newborn, I've been able to save many lives, of which these babies are born when they are asphyxiated, when they are tired, and it has helped save many lives.
It was the First Mile program under Mbarara University, where I was chosen to present the Mobile Health Center facility, and I took 3 days training. In so doing, I learned about infection control, and when I came here, I practiced what I had got from the training. And as you can see, we have a hand washing facility. Shortly after I came from the training, immediately I sensitized the staff on infection control and prevention. Then when like 1 month after, the COVID-19 started, and since we had already trained on infection prevention and control, it was easy for us to train the community, and the community has benefited a lot because of the knowledge we got from the training.
There has been great change in some of the services we offer here. For example, one of the midwives, when they were trained about IMCI, she came and she taught us a lot of things. For example, admission forms for the neonates, organizing special cupboards for the medicines for the children. Those we knew, but we had not yet implemented them. And when she came, we were able to understand doses, we were able to understand how to organize the medicines and how to manage children who are very, very sickly in an organized manner. Yeah, so we really thank the First Mile program for the quarterly CMEs.
The community has gained because the team has been treating our patients who have been suffering from different diseases, which diseases most of the staff we have here may not treat them very well, but because Mbarara is more advanced than Rukunyi Hospital, so the staff there are more knowledgeable and experienced, so they have assisted us in this community services.
Some of the challenges may be a bit beyond our control, but we were able to identify that in some of these health facilities, they just lack very basic equipment, so it makes the management of their patients difficult. They do not have oxygen monitoring probes, they do not have blood glucose testing machines. Some of them didn't even have like a working blood pressure cuff. So these are small things which can lessen the burden of the patient load at the regional referral center if the lower health facilities are done appropriately. So I don't know if the funding can extend to procurement of very basic equipment that these health facilities can at least have and take care of, and then keep in touch with somebody at the regional center.
We would have wanted this program to be continuous, in that we do not stop taking them. When we take one student for a month, then another student goes for another month, such that there is no breaking. Right now it's only for 1 month, then until the next year. So we would want it to be all year round, such that there is no break in this program.
So given further opportunity with the First Mile and funds being available, what we would like to see is a more comprehensive approach at the primary health facilities, where we provide both medical treatment but also surgical care in form of surgical camps to provide cataract service and glaucoma service and solve the problem of needless blindness in our communities.
My wish as a midwife at Royal Center 4 is to see these postgraduates staying with us longer than they do, because we need them for the services they render to us as a Royal community.
Of course, had the challenge of accommodating them. We have a lot of land here. We had requested First Mile to create some environment like I've done in other facilities, like in Kasese, in Rubirizi. We said they can put up some structure for the First Mile students. So when they are around, from Mbarara University Science and Technology students who come around, they can always have accommodation, conference room. I think it can be possible. We live in a village settings, and accommodation is not an easy thing.
Our prayer is that First Mile Community Health Program stays longer in Kamwenge at Rukunyi Hospital, because we have a lot of challenges, a lot of sicknesses. We have very many people in the community to be served at this hospital.
I am very proud of this program. This is one of the programs that has grown beyond the wildest dreams that I have ever had, or my partners with whom we wrote this program had at that time. The support that we get from the Mass General Hospital in this program is immense. They help to mentor the faculty that we are working with. They also help us to renegotiate this program with the funder. The funder of this program is the WIS Medical Foundation, based in the United States of America. And these people are great, great philanthropists. We couldn't have landed a better funder than the WIS Medical Foundation. Initially, we had asked for quite a small amount of money. I think what we had asked for was less than $3 million. The WIS Medical Foundation has given us or has granted us a total of $11.8 million. We have received the first batch of funding. 2 years has ended, and we are going to go into the second phase. We have submitted a report, and our prayer is that this funding is going to continue. It is growing day by day. The impact that the First Mile has to the greater Mbarara community is more than anybody can envision. I think that of all the projects that is being run at Mbarara University, nobody can undermine the level of support that we get through the First Mile. We are grateful to the funder. I am grateful to my colleagues who are heading the sub-programs. Dr. Grace Nambozi of the Nursing Department, Associate Professor Gertrude Kiwanuka, who is the Dean, Faculty of Medicine, heads the training component and the support to the hospital. Associate Professor Edgar Mulogo heads the community health program. And I think he has the largest cake in the program, but he doesn't eat it alone. He's very good at distributing it. I'm proud of the way he has handled the program to date. And I think through his hard work, this program is going to have a far-reaching impact, not only to the university and not only to Mbarara region, but to the country as a whole.
The program would not have been possible without the vision.
The presenters this afternoon include Flavia Atwine, who has 2 papers, Chintu Mugaga, Nimusima Komkama, Teddy Chomuhanji, Robins Mutatina, Winnie Muindike, Ronald Angupale, and Innocent Arinejo. So these are our presenters this afternoon. And so I would straight away ask Flavia Atwine to start a presentation entitled Factors Influencing Adherence to Vaccine Management Guidelines During Immunization Outreach Sessions in Rural Settings in Southwestern Uganda. So Flavia, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Wazira. I'm Flavia Twine, and I'm presenting an abstract from my MPH presentation, from my MPH dissertation, which was titled Factors Influencing Adherence to Vaccine Management During Immunization Outreach Sessions in Rural Settings in Southwestern Uganda. I don't know if you can see my screen and if you can hear me.
Yes, we do.
All right. From the background, in Uganda, it is known that outreaches were established to increase access to immunization services and their utilization, mostly for populations with limited access to health facility services. And it is also known that regardless of these efforts of adding outreaches, there are still several outbreaks of immunizable diseases which are being reported, like measles and rubella. And it is known that disease outbreaks is low completion rates for immunization schedules and compromised vaccine potency. So therefore, this study was conducted to find out factors that could be influencing adherence to vaccine management guidelines during immunization outreach sessions. The general objective of this study was to assess the factors influencing adherence to vaccine management guidelines during these immunization outreaches. in rural settings in southwestern Uganda. And specifically, we wanted to identify the gaps in the vaccine management among these immunization service providers. These immunization service providers were regarded as government health care workers working at public health center 4s and health center 3s. And then the second objective was to determine the factors influencing adherence to these vaccine management guidelines. And lastly, to identify the potential strategies for enhancing implementation of these vaccine management guidelines. In methods, it was an observational descriptive study that used only qualitative methods. And this study was conducted in only 16 public health facilities, which were purposely selected, and they included Kasese, Mitoma, Rubirizi, and Rampara. So in every district, we're looking at 4 health centers, 1 or 2 health center 4s, and then the other health center 3s. And data was collected using in-depth same-structured interviews, reviewing health facility records like defrosting, refrigerator defrosting documents, monitor temperature, monitoring temperature monitoring charts, and then also through observation. Some field notes were also taken, and also during the observation, there's an observation checklist which was being used to see how these healthcare providers are doing their activities in relation to the standard guidelines. And so these are in analysis, the demographic characteristics and observation checklist were entered in an Excel software and analyzed in relation to the WHO immunization practice recommendations. All the interviews that were conducted were transcribed, data coded, and categories formed. And this information or this data was triangulated with data from the observation checklist during the immunization outreaches, plus the reviews of the reviews of the records of the health facility. And so generation of themes was guided by the socio-ecologic model, which was used in analysis to enable a better understanding of these practices of the healthcare providers. And then also to identify the gaps and factors influencing at the different levels following the socio-ecologic model, which is right there. At the individual level, we're looking at healthcare providers themselves, looking at issues like their knowledge, the skills, the attitude, the beliefs, their behavior, self-efficacy, and perceptions. And then interpersonal level, we're looking at their fellow healthcare providers at the facility. So we are looking at issues like teamwork, communication, and then at community level, there are issues of training, logistics, monitoring, and supervision by the health facility in charges. And then finally, in the bigger circle, there is the policy and enabling environment, which included funds, training, and natural environment, given that most of these places were hard to reach areas with very poor roads, and policies. And we also know that politics is a very big player in most of the activities. And then looking at provision of equipment, the government as a whole, and implementing partners like Gavi. And then we see that arrow showing that all these levels are interrelated. What happens at the policy level can easily influence individual level, the same as what can be at individual level can influence interpersonal level or community level. The results, a total of 51 individuals were interviewed. We included 4 assistant health district officers, particularly who are in charge of maternal and child health, and then 4 cold chain technicians. So each district had 1 ADHO and then 1 cold chain technician. And then there are 15 expanded program on immunization for focal persons, and then the healthcare providers. So during analysis, among the gaps that were identified, there was insufficient monitoring and handling, which was more pronounced. Like somebody said, like when we are taking the vaccines in the safety box, of course it is not right. So this was actually observed at one of the outreaches where they brought a backup of vaccines in a safety box. And yet ideally, if they're packing these vaccines, they should be in a vaccine carrier with ice bags, with a sponge, which was not the case on that day. And then there's also poor documentation, poor refrigerator management, poor transport of vaccines. So these are images of some of the outreach that were visited. We see in the outreach site at K01, we see the vaccine carrier not tightly closed. The sponge, which is meant to maintain the temperatures, is out, and no serious activities happening. They haven't started the immunization. Then at outreach site, the RW 01, we see the ice pack is out, and the vaccine, some of them are in the sponge, so meaning which is not well maintained because the ice pack is out. Then also among the factors which was objective 2, which were influencing the knowledge gap, skill teamwork, when some people who are able things not able to capture here because of the limitation of time and the slide number. But some people would say if like someone is the epifocal person and then they tell them if they're away, then they're beginning to call them, you come and immunize your people. There is no teamwork, probably because
Please talk to her. She doesn't know.
Wow. Okay, Flavia, we have lost you. Flavia, we have lost you. Can you talk to us if you can hear us right now? Wow. Flavia, are you still there? Is she on?
Can you send the chat?
Yes, sir. I don't know where you lost me from.
Yeah, the last slide that you're on, which had fun and other factors.
I don't know why you lost me from.
Yeah, you just need to summarize. You have only 2 minutes left. Go to the last few slides and finish up.
Okay, so the other issue was transport, which were potential strategies. There's equitable increment and timely supply of funds and equipment. And then improvement of transport means, like somebody said now to me, instead of using motorcycles, we should use vehicles, because with a motorcycle, there is one time when we were going for an outreach, the carrier got off and all the vaccines powered down. So of course those vaccines were put back to the carrier and taken for the immunization. Then the other strategy was increasing staffing levels and development of implementing partners and leaders. So in conclusion, most gaps were identified at healthcare provider level, but they were found to be facilitated by the environment factors. And so creation of an enabling environment would tremendously improve adherence to these vaccine management guidelines. And one of the specific strategies that would need to be done to improve adherence includes conducting refresher trainings for these healthcare providers, timely allocation of funds and equipment to the districts and facilities, and then lobbying for more support from implementing partners. And finally, I want to extend my acknowledgement to study participants, the health facility in charges, the district health officer, supervisor, Ms. Helena Turiachira, Department of Community Health at Mbarara University, and my fellow MPH students. Thank you for listening to me. That marks the end of my presentation.
Well, thank you so much, Flavia, for taking us through this wonderful topic. I'll now request anybody with a question to, yes, Dr. also here has a question.
Thank you, Flavia, for this presentation about immunization, which is a background in our pediatric care. In your introduction, you talked of, I thought I had the resurgence of immunizable conditions surging up again. Are you theorizing or are you assuming that the vaccines that are being used are not functioning, are not effective? And the two, when you talk of looking at the management guidelines, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the cold chain and transportation, or are you looking at administration of the vaccines?
Thank you, Dr. Waswa. With my introduction, when I talked about resurgence of immunizable diseases, by the time I wrote this proposal, I was looking at districts that had registered any immunizable disease 3 years preceding the study. And there had been measles outbreaks registered in Kasese and rubella outbreaks as well in Rubirizi. So I went by that. And then regarding the vaccine management, I was looking at vaccine management as vaccine storage, handling, transport, record keeping. So that was my operational definition for vaccine management. Yeah, and for administration, it was just like a backup to see also what happens in the outreach session.
Okay, Professor Batwala.
Thank you, Flavia. Maybe I will ask one question at a time so that many questions don't get lost. You presented, but to me, who is not in the an expert or who is not in the field of immunization, I need to know what exactly are these guidelines, what are the guidelines you are talking about?
There is a book which guides healthcare providers' practices, especially in an outreach session, and it was compiled by WHO. So I picked things which are really so core and made an observation checklist. So with the outreaches, the ones as looking out for seeing how they monitor the temperatures, how they handle vaccines in the outreach, how they maintain the temperatures with the vaccine carriers, and then how they handle the vaccine vials, because there are ways that are recommended for that, how they pack vaccines for the outreach session, how they handle multi-dose vaccines, because there are some vaccines which should not be returned to the fridge after the immunization session, and then the time period, and then the labeling, which are some of the things that were really important, but were not being done by the healthcare providers. So I was following those guidelines.
Okay, so you got them from the book, WHO book?
Yes.
Okay. So how many these little facilities has had this WHO book?
I could maybe pull out my because there is a table that I had which I didn't present here, so that's where those details were.
No, just tell us, because we don't have time for the details. So tell us what, because you know what you did.
1 minute.
Okay. They were really few, because some facilities had not even didn't know that these guidelines exist. That was the interesting bit.
Sure.
So if I'm to recall very well, it was like one facility which acknowledged having these guidelines.
But now WHO develops guidelines. The Ministry of Health takes them up if the ministry thinks that they are good. And then the Ministry of Health implements through the districts. Now, I'm not sure whether you went ahead in the district to find out if these guidelines were distributed through the Ministry of Health.
That came in the key informant interviews with the assistant district health officers who are in charge of maternal and child health, and some actually agreed that these guidelines were not being distributed to some health facilities.
So how did you know that they are allowed?
But some other health facilities acknowledged having them.
So which means the Minister of Health, did not train these people how to use these guidelines.
Yeah, so that is why we're categorizing these problems either at individual level or interpersonal, community, or policy. So some of these things were actually not being put in place because people don't know, and the reason is because probably these guidelines are not they are not told about these guidelines, or they are not trained about these guidelines, and those would be policy issues. So they would not be individual gaps per se, but they would be facilitated.
We went ahead and analyzed the data at the individual level.
Yes, that's true. And that is why in the conclusion, that the statement of there are some gaps which are at individual level, but actually they are facilitated by the policy or enabling environment.
Okay, thank you very much. You tried to look at gaps in different areas. Where did you find the biggest gap?
The biggest gaps were at individual level because of their practices, which are contrary to the guidelines. And then the gaps are also seen at like policy level, where they are not doing regular refresher trainings for these people involved in vaccine management, or they are not providing the equipment in time. So that would be at policy level. So the main problems were actually at individual level, and then at the policy or enabling environment level.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope your next presentation is on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you share your next presentation?
Okay.
And the next presentation is still by Flavia Kine, Perceptions of Health and Quality of Life Among Older Age Ugandans.
Thank you very much. This is Flavia once again, presenting an abstract on behalf of Aging Study Team, which is titled Perceptions of Health and Quality of Life Among Older Aged Ugandans. And this study was funded by NIH, Global Health Collaborative, with Mass and Massachusetts General Hospital. The background, it is known that people living with HIV in sub-Saharan Africa are aging. As they age, they face long-term effects of living with HIV, typical health declines associated with aging, like to do with their physical activity. And then there is also increased risk of comorbidities like cardiovascular disease, and then your cognitive decline, which may include like decline in their mental ability, and then reducing their independence and doing their daily activities. So these factors may affect health-related quality of life in ways that may actually differ from people who are living with HIV in resource-rich settings. In methods, it was also a qualitative study which used semi-structured interviews among Ugandans aged above 48 years, living within Mara municipality in southwestern Uganda. And the domains of health-related quality of life included activities of daily life, mental health, health perceptions and changes, health maintenance, impact of HIV on health, and a total of 36 interviews were conducted. In the results, the respondents were all aged between 49 and 73 years, with a median age of 56. And there are 18 males and 18 females making half of each side. And then also in the two arms of people living with HIV and people who are HIV negative, also were equal numbers of 18 and 18. And then among the commonly reported changes with age, there was reduced energy and strength, increased physical pains and aches, changes in their sleep patterns, because most of them were reporting to have reduced hours of sleep compared to when they were younger, same as to do with memory loss. And some of the perceptions of overall health, people living with HIV often consider themselves healthy despite of their positive zero status, which would be contrary to what people expect. People think that probably HIV positive people don't view their health like it is as good as for the HIV negative. Like somebody said, HIV does not affect me at any time, and I might be better than HIV negative people. Another person who was also HIV positive said,
Are you still there, Flavia? Is she still on? Flavia, are you still on? Is she on? Yes?
That's what reach out.
She has gone out. What do we do? She's off?
She's off.
She's offline.
Maybe Chair, a suggestion,
Yes.
like we've been doing to other participants, to ask for their phone numbers, and when they're occupied, we're able to call them.
Okay.
Like the last time was staff members, so your staff members who could easily get.
Okay.
There's someone with a number.
Oh, Flavia.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all other presenters, please, could you type your phone number in the chat so that when things go wrong, we can get to you. Your presenter coming on, type your number in the chat so that the IT people can pick it and we get to call you. Check for me if Chinchumugaga is online.
Send a message.
Chinchumugaga is not online. Nimusima Komukama. She's online. So Nimusima, you could be preparing because you could be coming on next. Technology. So I think in the interest of time, we can listen to Nimusima and then we'll try to get back to Flavia when she gets online. So Nimusima, you could share your screen, please. Is Komukama online? Yes.
There's a new talk. I'm online. I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay, please do.
Chair, does that mean when Flavia picks up the data, she will present?
Yeah, she will complete. Okay, so that is Nimusima, and she's presenting effectiveness of dolutegravir transition in Uganda. This cohort week 24 results. So Nimusima, you're welcome. You have 10 minutes to take us through your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nimusima Kumkama, and on behalf of the Discourse Study Team, Global Collaborative Health Collaborative, I'm pleased to share our work on effectiveness of the dolutegravir transition in Uganda, week 24 results at this cohort study. Since 2018, purpose has been made towards the goal to transition most people living with HIV in sub-Saharan Africa to TLD, a new regimen that has in tenofovir, lamivudine, and dolutegravir. The objectives of our study were to quantify viral suppression rates for adults switched to TLD from their prior regimens and to assess the regimen tolerability and continuation rate of TLD. And our study design, this study is entirely observational. We are not doing any interventions, and it is a prospective observational cohort which employs consecutive convenience sampling at the sites of Mbara Regional Referral at the Immune Suppression Syndrome Clinic here in Uganda and KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. Our study population, we enrolled at experienced adults who transitioned from efavirenz and nevirapine-based ad therapies as per the Uganda national guidelines. Our participants are enrolled on the first day that they are transitioned to TLD by the clinic, and after enrollment, we follow them up at 24 weeks and at 48 weeks. And every visit, on each visit, we do data collection through interviews, chat reviews, and anthropomorphic data. We also do retrospective testing where we get a blood sample or plasma. And throughout the care, their usual care, throughout the study, they continue on their usual care. That is, they continue doing the viral load monitoring at the clinic. And now what I'm going to present are the results of the 24 weeks from enrollment and 24 weeks in Uganda for the 500 participants. Among the 500 participants that we enrolled, we had a median age of 47, 41% were female, and the median years on ART or the antiretroviral therapy were 9. And the most common ART regimen was 3-TC TDF efavirenz at 44%, and 3-TC AZT nevirapine at 39%, and the other regimens were at 17% prior switch to TLD. Of the 500 participants that we enrolled, 50 of them had their second visits or the 24-week visit delayed during the COVID-19 interruptions. We had one disenrolled and we had a death. So 448, that is 90%, completed their second visit. And of those, 6 discontinued DTG due to side effects or clinician discretion. And 442, that is 88%, remained on DTG at 24 weeks. Now I'm going to share with you the results, the viral load results, and beginning with enrollment. As you see, we have the largest bar, the green bar with 95% of patients having their viral load less than 50 copies per mil. And then next we'll go to 4%, that is in the yellow bar, of 50 to 1,000 copies per mil. And lastly, we had 1% with viral load greater than 1,000 copies per mil. And next are the results of the 24-week. As we still see, we have the largest bar, the green bar, of viral load of copies less than 50 per mil, and then the yellow at 3% of viral load of 50 to 1,000 copies per mil, and at 1% of viral load greater than 1,000 copies per mil. We went ahead to find out the relationship between the viral load at enrollment and the viral load at 24 weeks. And as you see on the x-axis bar, we have the prevalence of viral load of greater than 50 copies at 24 weeks. And straight, the largest bar at 25%, the red bar, indicates the people that had viral load copies greater than 50 continued to have detectable viral load at 24 weeks. In contrast to the 3%, that is in the green bar, of those that did not have undetectable viral load, but went on to have detectable viral load at 24 weeks. This was statistically significant difference, so it made us realize that viremia at switch predicted viremia at 24 weeks. In conclusion, 96% transition to TLD virally suppressed at 24 weeks. And 86% of the entire cohort, the 500 participants, continued to suppress despite the COVID-19 interruptions. And then also found out that viremia at switch predicted viremia at 24 weeks. However, we continue to observe this at later times. TLD was well tolerated with 1% DTG discontinuation. Our 48-week results and drug resistance results are expected later this year. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge our DISCO investigators, my fellow DISCO staff, our DISCO study funding. Would also wish to thank our study participants and thank you all for listening.
Wow, thank you so much, Nimusima, for presenting such wonderful results that are very, very good, even in the time of COVID. I will now ask people that have
Are you ready to present now?
People that have comments and questions, you're welcome. Yes, Professor Batwala.
Thank you, Nimusima Tomokam. I hope I pronounced the name well. Now, I'm wondering why you decided to enroll only women in your study. Have you heard?
We did not only enroll women, we enrolled both male and female. 41% were female and the remaining % were male.
Okay. Now, you documented 96% suppression at 24 weeks. Before enrolling these people, what was the suppression level?
Okay, as per guidelines, we enroll the suppressed, most of them are supposed to be suppressed in order to transition to TLD. And we had a 6-month viral load results. So most of them had suppressed. Only that, just like I showed our results at 24 weeks, we realized we showed that those that had detectable viral loads still had a detectable viral load at 24 weeks.
Why not 100% if you are switching them to TLD? Suppression. And reporting 96 now. Why not 100%?
So 96%, this was before switching them, they are suppressed according to 6 months results prior to our enrollment. So this result is on the enrollment date, the samples that we take off that same day that we've enrolled them in the study. But prior, their viral loads are monitored 6 months before.
So like this is the partial results?
Yes, they are partial results.
Okay. So the 96% or at least 100% suppression if you are switching with TLD. So do you expect to increase to 100% if 24 weeks you are 96%, or it will be lower?
It is what we are still finding out to see the tolerability of the DTG and the quantity of viral suppression. So when we get our 48 weeks, then we shall evaluate.
So what happens if the suppression reduces?
The suppression, so we are expected to have a higher suppression according to the prior data that we have with TLD as per guidelines and as per available literature. So just as I said, it is an observational study. So we are observing to see how it is tolerated, how the suppression rates will be, and we expect the results later this year after 48 weeks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sima. I think as you proceed with the study, it would be nice to try and find out the people who do not suppress, what is unique about them, because the goal is to suppress 100%. So thank you so much. I think we will then have back Atune to complete what she had started. So Flavia, are you there now? You have about 3 minutes to finish up what you had started.
So this is where I had reached on this slide. And then to proceed, still another person who was HIV positive said, I view myself as a normal person and I would not see any change or having HIV because I do not see any difference. I have developments just like an HIV negative person, only that I see I don't have the energy that I had before, like now. So that HIV positive person talking. And then for the HIV negative, they also consider themselves in poor health due to aging. Somebody said, my health has changed because nowadays I usually feel constant headache. Sometimes I feel dizziness. My eyes are not seeing properly. And when I stand for a long time, I find myself in fatigue state. When I walk for a long time and I force myself to go an extra mile, I become very tired to the extent that when I sit somewhere, I feel I do not want to move away until I've rested enough. So for the HIV negative, their worry is actually aging. And for the HIV positive, they see themselves as other people. Then also a person who was HIV negative said, my hands pain, the whole body pains. That means that old age is affecting me because back then I would work and then feel okay afterward. But now that is not the case. I feel all joints hardening and paining and I fail to work as I used to. So this is reduced physical activity with aging. So we also asked about their health fears for the future, and they pointed out uncommunicable diseases, mainly cancer, diabetes, and hypertension as their greatest concerns. For example, someone said among those conditions is cancer, which claims lives of many people. And you hear someone saying that instead of being killed by cancer, I would rather be killed by HIV. One says that with HIV, he or she can access any health facility and get tested and treatment. accordingly and become fine. But with cancer, one has to die while they're in terrible pain. So people are actually not worried about they're more worried about these non-communicable diseases compared to HIV, because for it, at least it has that treatment, and you can live without pain, unlike with cancer. Then there are also changes in physical abilities influencing their social and physical functioning. Like somebody said, I ask God to help me not to ever break any of my limbs, especially the arms, because it would be bad for me and my family. Or what if I lost my eye? What would happen to me? Because even in the other questions we're asking, we're looking at who takes care of the family more, who does more of the physical work, the gardening and all the other things. So people were showing that if they lost any of their body parts, this would greatly influence their lives in the future. And then the other health fear for the future was infectious diseases, especially TB and HIV remaining a concern, particularly among the HIV negative. Somebody also said, I fear getting infected with HIV because that virus deteriorates someone's health completely. And so there are some activities you will no longer do when you have HIV, which in turn reduces on the household income as more money goes to treatment. So in conclusion, both people living with HIV and the HIV negative consider non-communicable diseases as the greatest risk to their health. And they prioritize maintenance of the sensory and physical function to enable their independence and do their daily life activities. Then for older HIV negative peers, definitely maintain the concern of HIV, acquiring HIV. And then we realized that these people's responses were largely consistent across the gender and the HIV status. And therefore, our results highlight the importance of non-communicable disease prevention, education, and greater attention to geriatric syndromes in public health programming for older aged individuals. And I would like to acknowledge study participants, the aging study team, co-authors, collaborators, Barra University, Global Health Collaborative, and MGH and NIH. Thank you. That marks the end of my presentation.
Wow, thank you so much, Flavia, for being persistent and resilient. Yeah, a few questions for Flavia. Yes.
I was discussing with Dr. here. We noted that the title doesn't have HIV. How again was HIV smuggled into the data?
I missed the first part of the question. Sorry.
The title, if you look clearly, doesn't have HIV.
Yeah.
But then we see a big chunk of the data is talking about the HIV participants. So we are wondering how HIV participants were smuggled into your study population.
Well, this aging study, this data was got from an aging study which had two arms of the study, the HIV positive and the HIV negative. So the comparison was between the two groups. Probably, yes, the HIV does not appear in the title, but this study was carried out the two groups, the two comparative groups, because the idea was to compare aging in the HIV positive versus HIV negative, and then among males versus females.
What we would have loved to see to bring the study population into the title, so that from the beginning we know that we have these two groups, but which has not appeared. Then second question, the reason is given by HIV negative people for considering themselves unhealthy seems to be like a bedtime story. And there, the real condition is that these people are suffering from. That you can tell us.
I guess I've not got the question right.
There is a slide where we flashed and they were telling us why those HIV negative participants were considering themselves unhealthy.
They considered being unhealthy with age, not necessarily, and being HIV positive was their future health concern, but at that time they only consider themselves unhealthy as they age.
No, I'm talking about HIV negative.
Yes, they're the ones, the HIV negative consider themselves with poor health as they age. They look at themselves getting poorer and poorer, their health getting poorer and poorer as they age. That was their perception of being unhealthy.
But their other condition is that they grabbed along the way as they age.
Well, yeah, they're like cardiovascular diseases. So that was also among their concerns for the future.
They have
if
them.
you recall it. Yes, they're here in that slide. But this was,
other than telling a story, you verify that this information being told is correct.
yes, because in the questions we're asking them about these questions, whether they've had any doctor or any traditional healer tell them they have any of these diseases. So we were basing on this because we also had questions that were asking about their current conditions that they have and those that they may be worried of getting in the future.
Okay, thank you so much, Flavia. I was just asking myself, these people who say they'd rather die of HIV than cancer, did they have an idea that HIV actually predisposes to cancer?
Well, we may not have probed about that, but it was one thing that came out, people showing that HIV is there, I can access the treatment and live healthy, healthier than actually even the HIV negative. So we did not probe about their knowledge on whether they know HIV is a predisposing factor to acquiring certain cancers.
What informed your cutoff of the 48 years?
Actually 49, because we're looking at people aged above 48 years. So it was 49 and above.
So what informed that cutoff?
From literature, we went by the literature that people who are 49 and above are actually aging. So, and we got these participants from an ongoing study or a cohort study which had ended, which was called non-communicable disease study. So these participants were got from that cohort which was established earlier. And that was the age group that was in that study. So we went by that.
Yeah, because in Uganda there are different age categorizations, and I think it would be better to use those standard categorizations.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. We now take on the next participant. The next presenter is Teddy Online.
Yes, I am.
This internet today has messed me up.
I'd also like to welcome Dr. Lambozi, who is the co-chair today. So I will chair this session and then I'll let her chair the next session. So Teddy, please take us through your presentation, which is entitled Fostering System Readiness for Implementation, the Maximizing Engagement for Readiness and Impact approach.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Internet has disorganized me, you girl. It got off. This.
Flavia, could you mute your mic, please?
We're muting them.
So this afternoon, I'm presenting our model, which we have packaged for the last 15 years using the experience in communities, especially in southwestern Uganda.
Hello, Teddy.
Yes, hello, are you hearing me, please?
We can hear, but we can't read.
Okay. So now you can be able to see my, are you able to see what I'm going to present?
We can see the whole abstract, but can you please present section by section, enlarge it so that we can see it well?
Okay, so I prepared my presentation in a poster form because, as I explained, I wanted you to keep on looking at the middle part, which is showing our model. So for the model, which is Mary, and the Mary stands for the maximizing engagement for readiness and impact. As I mentioned, this is what we have developed from our experience under Healthy Child Uganda for the last 10 years plus. And initially, it was under the Mama Toto project in southwestern Uganda, which was meant to improve maternal, newborn, and child health outcomes. Since then, the Mama Toto model, which has resulted into the Mary model, has been adapted and tested in a different context and different populations, both in Uganda and across the borders, especially in Tanzania. And the way we developed this model, it involved implementation, and implementation was followed by rigorous evaluation and discussions, targeted discussions with the investigators of the different programs, as well as consulting experts, especially the Implementation Science Center in Canada and the Ministry of Health, including the districts, which are mainly the consumers of the products of our model. So our Mary model consists the strategies and processes. And so when I talk of strategies and processes, when you go to the tree, you can see the circles, the 3 circles, which are repeated at different levels. And in the middle of each of the different levels, we have the scan, the orient, plan, equip, train, act, and reflect. And it's a continuous process at the 3 levels of district, health facility, and community. And this Mary model is developed based on a community implementation theory by Scatia, which is readiness is equal to motivation and capacity, and of which we are talking about the 2 capacities, which is the general capacity and the specific capacity. And the specific capacity mainly is about the skills and the knowledge, and then the motivation is about the willingness for the implementers and the beneficiaries to take on the innovations that come with the programs. In implementation, the common word is sustainability, it's ownership, but one of the things that we have been ignoring is the readiness of these people. We ask ownership and sustainability at the end of the implementation, instead of asking them before we go in to implement with them. So we expect them to own something and to sustain it, even when we have not asked them whether they were ready for it. And with SCASHIA, which is the program theory, the people are able to sustain, people are able to own something that they are motivated to participating in, they are motivated to implementing. But this one is also contributed to by the general environment, which is the general capacity, but as well as the ability in terms of knowledge and skills in what you're talking about. So the processes of scan, orient, and which is shortened as SOPITAL, are facilitated by what is in the middle, which is training. These are strategies that will help the implementation of the MERI model, which includes training, equipping, targeted meetings, technical assistance, and mentorship. And it's all at different levels. And the way this MERI model operates, as you can see the arrows, there are these purple arrows. You work with the district, you orient them, you plan with them, you provide the necessary equipment, the training, and their action now is helping the health facilities to be able to perform, also going through the same process of SOPITAL. Then the health facilities will have an impact at community level. For instance, this was based on the maternal, newborn, and child health programs that we have been implementing in the districts of Bushenyi, Rubirizi, Ntungamo, and Mbarara. And this is going to be possible, according to our model, with the foundation. You have to lay the foundation. That is where you see the different routes, where we have whatever you're doing, will it be self-sustaining? Are you using collective action? Are you ensuring that what you want these people to own and to sustain, is it something that they can easily embed or incorporate into the existing structures? Are you transparent about what you're doing before you ask about the ownership and the sustainability? And what we have also seen is that when we are talking about these implementation programs, and you're doing it maybe in a sub-county or in a parish or a few villages, like for instance in a district, it's very difficult to have meaningful engagement about the readiness, about the motivation, about the capacity, because it is something small. It's not something that is comprehensive that can be taken on, for instance, by the district, by the region. So it's very difficult. And one of the things we have found where our model is best as one of the key roots of sustainability and ownership is the comprehensiveness. If you're able to cover the whole district, and then you're talking about the 3 levels of implementation, it becomes a little easier than when you're doing a drop in the sea in the district or in a sub-county. It's very, very difficult to engage for readiness, motivation, and building the capacity in the specific areas, of your interest. And also the model is also built on the fact that for the 3 levels to function and to be ready and motivated to own and sustain whatever intervention you have come up with, they must be able to come up with what they are looking out for from this intervention. And that is the fruits that we are seeing. And they must contribute to this. It's not something that you can bring and plant there for them to own and to work towards achieving. So this is the model that we have tested in Uganda under maternal, newborn, and child health programs. And now it is the one that we are adapting to implement the HE initiatives, which have already, we have had some presentations by Elena and Elizabeth. And this same model was taken to Tanzania in Mwanza, where we also tested it in a different environment to see whether the 3 levels could function together and then be able to implement maternal, newborn, and child health activities. For them, their project has just ended. It ended last year in April. So there will be a follow-up to see whether the sustainability and the ownership of the innovations might be as good as they are here. So briefly, that is the model. And if you want more information about it, you visit our website on Healthy Child Uganda or the Maternal Newborn Child Health Institute. That is where you'll find the details, and very soon there will be a publication on this. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Teddy, for taking us through this model. I invite Professor Matwala to ask a few questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Teddy, for sharing with us. I have about 2 questions where I need clarification. Did I hear you clearly that this model, Mary model, was tested both in Uganda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the test results?
Hello?
What are the test results?
The results of this model are based on the indicators of the specific project and on specific projects, and were mainly, as I said, that it is looking at the readiness of the implementing partner, how motivated they are, as well as the general capacity to sustain whatever has come up in the innovations. And also, oh, sorry, I'm about to lose my battery. As well as the specific capacity. And one of the indicators that this model has really tested is the retention rate of workers. For the last more than 15 years, the retention rate of community health workers has been more than 86%, and we have publications on our website, Healthy Child Uganda. So that is one of the indicators, because it is testing the ownership, the readiness, or for an implementing partner like a district to take on an innovation and how they own it and sustain it with or without developing partners.
No, Teddy, we would have loved this presentation to be self-contained.
Okay.
And now you are presenting and you are directing us to your website.
Her battery is gone.
Okay, that is noted, Prof. That is noted.
Yeah, maybe you don't have time to go there.
Yeah, that is noted, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah,
maybe
so much.
I want to ask you another question. Are the results Uganda test results in Uganda the same as Tanzania, or how do they compare?
As I mentioned, Tanzania project ended last year in April, and we haven't done the follow-up study to see how they are doing with the ownership and sustainability. But overall, during implementation, the recruitment of community health workers, the participation of the districts, the health facilities didn't seem different from what it has been here in Uganda. But we are planning to go back after 2-3 years to see what it's like, to confirm that the model works here and as well as in Tanzania. But for implementation, it was not so different.
So this is not a research, but telling us what you've been doing, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And this model also won an award in 2017 under Makerere University Social Innovations Award.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You should have shown us that one first.
Oh, okay.
It should have been part of your presentation anyway, because it tells people that something that is really difficult. Yes.
Okay.
We have another question here from Dr. Grace.
Thank you so much, Ted, for your presentation. You did mention that the model you are using is ready for adaptation. So I'm wondering at what level are we referring this adaptation to?
Hello, sorry. Hello.
Yes, there is a question from Dr. Grace.
Yes, please.
You mentioned that the model you designed or you come up with is ready for adaptation. And my question is, at what level is this model going to be adapted? Is it at the district, national, or in the community where you've been?
So this model is at 3 levels. It's at district, health facility, and community. And why we have packaged it in that way, we have mainly been, we have based it on implementation of health-related programs, of which for us we come in to help the district. So that is why any health program would include the district, would include the health facility, and of course the community, who are the demand side of whatever programs that are facilitated by the health facilities and the district. And as I was showing, the structure of the model, the community will communicate to the health facility, and then the health facility communicates to the district. Likewise, the district will communicate to the health facilities, and the health facilities will feed into the community. And why it's also like that, it's also based on the model of the community health workers, which is a policy, and that is how it operates in Uganda. And interestingly, in Tanzania, it was different, but it was able to be adapted, and it worked for them, as I said, during implementation, but we haven't done the follow-on evaluation.
Okay, thank you very much, Teddy, for your presentation. We hope you will get those results when they come out. Next is supposed to be Mugaga. I don't know if Mugaga is online. He's not online. Okay. We have Robens Mutatina. Is Robens online?
Yes, sir. I'm online.
Okay, I'll let Dr. Nangozi chair this session.
Okay.
Okay. So Robin, you are welcome to this presentation. Robin is going to take us through understanding motivation and complex community structures prior to implementation of an adolescent sexual and reproductive health initiative in Uganda. Robin, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Robin Zumtati and my name's I work for Heritage Child Uganda. I'm here to present findings from a study titled Understanding Motivation and Complex Community Structures Prior to Implementation of an Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health Initiative in Uganda. The other team members are there on the screen, and some of them happen to be online. They can feel free to chip in at any point. The background of the study, excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that one. An estimated 35% of Uganda's population is between the age of 10 to 24 years. And in Uganda, recent national indicators show concerning sexual and reproductive health trends, including high teenage pregnancy, unsafe abortion, and limited contraceptive use. They also show barriers in adolescents seeking and receiving sexual reproductive health and rights services. Health Child Uganda, a Ugandan Must Canadian partnership, conducted a qualitative study in September 2020 prior to finalizing the implementation plans for a sexual reproductive health and rights project codenamed HEY in the 2 districts of Bushenyi and Rubirizi. The objective of this study was to understand community motivation and unique social structures that are relevant to the initiation of an adolescent sexual reproductive health initiative in rural southwestern Uganda. When we look at the methods that were employed in this study, this was a qualitative study whereby data was collected by conducting some structured focus group discussions, and we managed to conduct 14 discussions and had 3 key informant interviews. All participants of this study were purposely selected, and they included adolescents, parents, community health workers, the CHWs, community leaders, health workers, the clinicians, plus decision makers. This study sought input regarding motivation and barriers for adolescent health programming. Research ethics and COVID-19 were all followed effectively. Data analysis, all the interviews and the focus group discussions were audio recorded, later transcribed, and semantically analyzed. The codes and SIMs were developed from the data inductively by inductive coding, and the other codes were generated based on literature, and that was deductive coding. When we go to the part of results that were generated from this study, they show that participants, 94 of them, recognized the unique adolescent sexual and health challenges in their community, expressing a need for change and high motivation for adolescent sexual reproductive health focused interventions. Yes, all the participants that took part in this study, they realized, they put our attention that yes, adolescents are facing challenges, and this is the right time to come up with interventions that are specifically focused on addressing adolescent sexual and reproductive health issues. After data analysis, a number of SIMs emerged from the data. And the first one was improved marriage prospects and the social standing. From findings, when unwanted pregnancies occurred, participants shared fear of shame and desire to keep adolescents in school. And in a way to reduce these risks, mothers especially commonly supported their daughters to conduct abortion. And some of these abortions, most of them were conducted not from government health facilities or designated private health facilities they were termed to be unsafe because some of them used herbalists and the traditional birth attendants to carry out those unsafe abortions, all in the name of protecting the image of not being the mother of this child, this girl who has become pregnant when they are still at a tender age. Another theme was reported negative shifts in the relationships between adolescents and their aunties and uncles. Yeah, aunties and uncles traditionally were regarded as champions and responsible for providing protection and guidance to adolescents. Recent cases of such relatives exposing female adolescents to risks such as sought introduction to men seeking sex in exchange for gifts. Yes, from adolescents and other participants, it was put to our attention that yes, the role of aunties whom we used to regard as resource persons and to support these adolescents to become responsible adults in the future, it has changed because currently they are the ones luring them into sexual activities at an early age by introducing them to men in exchange for gifts and money. Another theme was about volunteer community health workers who emerged as potentially trusted group by adolescents. Adolescents put our attention that community health workers provide health promotion and referral services at community level. And adolescents saw this one as very helpful in helping them to address the sexual and reproductive health challenges which they face in their daily life. Also, community health workers reported frequent experiences of adolescents trusting them when uncomfortable seeking parental support. Yes, some of the adolescents, they usually approach the community health workers, whom we commonly refer to as VHTs, about some health issues which they don't feel comfortable discussing with their parents. And also another one, having said about that one, adolescents were concerned about potential breach of confidentiality since some of the community health workers are friendly to their parents. Yes, much as community health workers were trusted by adolescents, but they also put our attention that there will be likelihood of them breaching the confidentiality of the information which they share with them, because some of them are friends and relatives to their parents. In conclusion, study participants were highly motivated towards supporting adolescents' sexual reproductive health interventions. And also another conclusion, to plan for an effective targeted adolescent sexual reproductive health initiative in our setting, complex community structures and emerging issues and ideas must be incorporated in the planning phase. In particular, unexpected study findings emphasize the value of early and in-depth community engagement when designing community programs, most especially targeting adolescent and health issues. So it was put to our attention. Actually, it was a demand or a need from the community members that it is very important if they are well engaged during the planning phase, if we want the project to be taken up effectively and to be sustained post-implementation. I would like to acknowledge the partners who participated or supported this study, Bushenyi and Rubirizi district, where we collected the data and where we are planning to implement the HEY project. Acknowledge Health Child Uganda team, Mbara University, University of Calgary, Global Affairs Canada, noting that the funding for this study and the funding for the project, which is going to be based on the results of this study, the HEY project is going to be funded by the Canadian government through Global Affairs Canada. Thank you very much.
Well done. Am I there?
Hello.
Hi, Robbins.
Yes, I'm there. I'm done with the presentation. I don't know whether other members are still online.
Time for question?
Yes. I'm wondering why you chose to study complex community structures.
Okay, thank you very much. Teddy, can you chip in?
Thanks, Prof. Batwara, for that question. In fact, the complex structures emerged during the data collection. I'll give an example of the family support for adolescents, whereas traditionally, you'd expect the aunties and the uncles to be supportive to the adolescents, and the adolescents to run to the aunties and the uncles in case of any problem. We found out in the community that this is not the case. The trends have changed, and therefore, if we are thinking about intervention for adolescents, must go back to these structures and understand them so well so that we are able to respond to the needs appropriately. So why we are calling it complex is because there is what is expected, but actually when you go to the community, it's a different story. It's complicated. I am a mother. You would expect maybe a mother to say, you know, there are risks around unsafe abortions. But now this is the mother who is saying, let come what may, I must take you to a traditional birth attendant or wherever they were even able to mention where they go. And we are carrying out this unsafe abortion. That is how we are calling it complex, but we didn't go in to really like dig out for these complex community structures. It emerged as a theme that was not expected as we're planning the study. Thanks.
So then you need to refine and develop maybe a criteria whereby anybody, even if you are not available to explain, and see that, okay, using this criteria, I can categorize these structures, and this one falls under the category of complex, and this one is a simple one. Do you have that in plan?
Yeah, the comment is noted, and since we are just starting this intervention, and we have a process evaluation in the intervention, that is a very, very good comment. Thanks, Prof.
Okay. The other one is as if you are saying that the risk of abortion, there are two risks here. There is the risk of abortion, and then there is the risk of shame. So according to the mothers, I think they are saying that the risk of shame weighs more than the risk of abortion. Is that?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So what about the adolescents?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. From the adolescents, yeah, of course, abortion is usually as the result of unintended or unwanted pregnancy. So yes, much as the adolescents would wish to not to become pregnant, when they become pregnant, in an event that they are to conduct an abortion, they would wish it to be safer. But like in the previous presentation about HAY project and sexual and reproductive health and rights projects by Elena and Dr. Elizabeth, we saw the adolescents having a negative attitude to accessing services from, say, government health facilities. So they end up going to these traditional birth attendants and herbalists to get the abortion from there.
Of course, also abortion is illegal in Uganda. And the adolescents told us that they have their places where they go. And that is the private clinics, the traditional healers, and the old women around in the village. And they even know how they get the money. In one of the districts, they told us that they steal their parents' coffee and they sell until they make the money for carrying out those abortions. So the shame and blame and isolation weighs more than that shame of carrying out an abortion and its consequences.
Okay, at which gestational age are the adolescents willing to take the risk?
In our study, we interacted with adolescents between 15 and 24.
I mean
24 years.
I mean the age of pregnancy.
The age of pregnancy?
Yeah, at which age of pregnancy are they willing to take the risk?
Prof. They told us that the younger the pregnancy, the cheaper it is to carry out the abortion. And as the abortion is, the pregnancy grows older, then it becomes more expensive. So they prefer doing it when in the early stages so that they incur less expenses. And even before it's known.
We are talking the science. How young is young? So that we know that at this age of maybe in months, this is what they would prefer.
Thanks, Prof, for that question. I think we didn't probe for that particular question to know what they meant, what young is young. But they say it before it's noticed.
Thank you so much for those responses. I have one question. Looking at the title of your study, it was understanding motivation. But I'm wondering why you chose to use deductive rather than inductive. Because when you look at some of your findings, they are failing to fit within your themes. For example, that of trust of the volunteers. And then we have a contradictory statement from adolescent, simply because you use deductive. So those themes are failing. Those quotes are failing to fit into your themes. Hello?
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful comment. That one is noted. Yeah, we can't address it right now, but we are going to align it after this one. We are going to discuss with the team and see how we incorporate your suggestion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Robert. Our next presenter. If you can allow me. One question. Yeah. Okay, one question, Robert. Don't leave the line, please.
Thank you very much, presenter. If you can quickly take us to your conclusion 2 or the second bullet of your conclusion. And maybe you help me understand as a lay person.
Yes.
Yes, what exactly do you mean by that conclusion, that second conclusion, if you wanted to disseminate your findings, for example, in New Vision or in any daily? How would you frame it so that it is understood in complex community structures and emerging issues and ideas must be incorporated And for me, who is not familiar with your field, I'm wondering what are these emerging issues anyway? So if it was to appear in a daily,
yes,
how would you frame it so that we actually appreciate the outcome of your study?
okay, yeah, thank you very much. This conclusion, the second one is alluding on the fact that different communities, they have their embedded community structures, which we regarded as complex. So before you plan for any intervention for adolescent or any other intervention, you have to dig deep, do a well or detailed baseline so that you can know those community complex structures and see how best you can incorporate them in your planning if they act as barriers or enablers in implementing your project. And also the emerging issues, say for example, the one that emerged of the aunties and the uncles whose roles changed. We didn't know that one not until we went to those specific communities. So it is also very key to understand those emerging themes, and they keep on changing from a daily basis. So every time you are going to carry out an intervention in a certain community, you have to first find out those emerging themes, those new trends which can act as barriers or enablers towards the implementation of the intervention you are planning to take to a certain area. That's how I can answer it.
Thank you, Robert. Our
Most
next
welcome.
presenter is Winnie Mwindike. Is she around? Winnie.
Yes, I'm around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Winnie is going to take us through the randomized trial of resistance testing for virologic failure in sub-Saharan Africa. Winnie, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. My slides were with Samuel. I hope someone can help me share the slides.
Chair, we have been asking them to watch their phones in case they go off. They tell us. We call them.
So can I start or I wait for Samuel to put on the slides, please?
Let us try to trace somewhere and see where he is.
Maybe as we trace someone, we can get somebody else to be presenting as we find someone.
Can I present without slides? No.
It wouldn't be very nice. Just give us a few minutes to trace somewhere as the next presenter is presenting. The next presenter is Ronald Angupale. Is Ronald online?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, so you can quickly take us through your presentation as we trace for someone.
Ronald is going to take us through the antimicrobial infections, interactions between the phytoextracts of Citrinus and Eriobotria japonica against Streptococcus. Ronald, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Jimmy Angupale Ronald from Department of Medical Sciences, Faculty of Medicine. And my team members are Judith Kavo, Onen, and others also from others are from department, and others are from Epicenter and Farm Biotrack. Streptococcus mutans is a gram-positive bacterium in the oral cavity that is most implicated for dental caries. This bacteria colonizes the tooth surface through multiple mechanisms, including production of organic acids, survival in low pH, and also formation of biofilms on the surfaces of the tooth. So the disease affects about 2.3 billion people globally, and its prevalence in Uganda has been estimated to be at 32.5% in children and 66.7 in adults. The viable products for dental caries are associated with the side effects. For example, the fluoride toothpaste is associated with causing dental fluorosis, and also alcohol-based mouthwashes. They cause burning sensation in the mouth and dryness of mouth, bad odor, and they're also associated with the oral cancer. So also the management of dental caries is expensive, coupled with bacterial resistance against that bacteria that causes the disease condition. So many plants have demonstrated good effectiveness against the bacteria causing the disease. Among the plants, Herbotria japonica, as you can see up there, that plant, and also Calstemon subtinus, down there in that picture, have shown very good activity against this plant, and they are also used locally in Uganda for tooth-related issues. So this study aimed at determining the antimicrobial interaction between the phytoextracts of the two plants. So the information unveiled will guide development of a safe, cheaper. Sorry?
We are getting feedback that seems to be coming from your side.
A phone.
There could be a phone somewhere.
My phone is not connected. Maybe the room I'm in.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm in a very big room. Maybe the reflections.
Doesn't look to be.
My phone is not connected. Is it still the same?
No.
Okay. So the information unveiled will guide development of a safe and cheaper natural alternative for management of dental caries. So the main aim of this study was to determine bacterial and microbial interactions between the phytoextracts of those two plants against Streptococcus, the bacteria that is most implicated for dental caries. And the specific objectives are: one, to obtain the phytoextracts of these two plants, then conduct phytochemical screening. And then the second objective was to determine the minimum inhibitory concentration and the minimum bactericidal concentration of the different proportions of these two plant extracts. And the third objective was to determine any microbial interactions between the different proportions of the phytoextracts against these bacteria. So this was an experimental in vitro based study, and it was done in Mast Pharmacy Lab and the Epicenter